Một dự án mới, nơi chúng tôi cùng bạn chung tay kiến tạo hệ sinh thái công nghệ cao. Đà Nẵng, một trong 3 trung tâm kinh tế của cả nước, nơi khởi nguồn cho những kiến tạo tương lai. Đà Nẵng IT Park là khu công nghệ thông tin tập trung đầu tiên mang tiêu chuẩn quốc tế ở khu vực miền Trung Việt Nam. Với tiêu chuẩn một vườn ươm giàu tài nguyên, giúp cho những người sẵn sàng nắm bắt cơ hội thực hiện ước mơ của mình, Đà Nẵng IT Park là nơi hiện thực hóa mục tiêu lấy công nghệ thông tin làm mũi nhọn đột phá, cung cấp mọi dịch vụ cho doanh nghiệp hoạt động trong lĩnh vực công nghệ thông tin, công nghệ cao. Đặc biệt là thế mạnh đào tạo nguồn nhân lực chất lượng cao, sẵn sàng đáp ứng nhu cầu trong xu hướng công nghệ tiên phong chiếm lĩnh và phát triển vượt bậc hiện nay. Đà Nẵng IT Park hướng đến mục tiêu doanh thu 1,5 tỷ đô la mỗi năm và khả năng tuyển dụng 25.000 lao động. Nằm cạnh khu đô thị sinh thái Golden Hills ở cửa ngõ Tây Bắc Đà Nẵng, Trung Nam Group đặt mục tiêu phát triển Đà Nẵng IT Park thành một thung lũng công nghệ cao chuẩn mực châu Á. Với đầy đủ các phân khu chức năng và không gian sống, giai đoạn 1 của dự án với hạ tầng đầu tư 131 ha đã hoàn thiện, sẵn sàng chào đón các nhà đầu tư với sự hỗ trợ 24/24. Với mục tiêu trở thành một trong những cộng đồng phát triển công nghệ thông tin theo mô hình thung lũng Silicon của Hoa Kỳ, Đà Nẵng IT Park là một hệ sinh thái xanh, nơi bạn cùng gia đình, đồng nghiệp và đối tác tận hưởng không gian sống đầy đủ tiện nghi của một khu đô thị quốc tế. Với những hỗ trợ Đà Nẵng sẽ là một thành phố thông minh trong tương lai không xa. Với vai trò trung tâm kinh tế, văn hóa xã hội trọng điểm vùng, công nghệ cao và công nghệ thông tin là ngành kinh tế mũi nhọn mà Đà Nẵng đang dồn mọi nguồn lực và chính sách ưu đãi để thu hút đầu tư. Đà Nẵng IT Park chính là một trong những dự án đã được chính phủ phê duyệt để đạt được mục tiêu này với các chính sách ưu đãi hỗ trợ đầu tư. Chào đón các nhà đầu tư đến với Đà Nẵng IT Park, thung lũng kiến tạo những phát minh làm thay đổi cuộc sống của bạn, nơi giấc mơ công nghệ tương lai được hiện thực hóa, và Trung Nam Group sẽ đồng hành để cùng bạn hoàn thiện giấc mơ ấy.
pleasure to partner with SmartTrain and to work with your fantastic team. Thank you to be the pioneer in delivering CMA programs in Vietnam. IMA is ready to support SmartTrain, and together we can reach another milestone in success and in many more years to come.
SmartTrain is able to provide the internal audit community in Vietnam with an opportunity to prepare for the three-part CIA exam. We chose to partner with SmartTrain because they're a respected and recognized company in Vietnam and are committed to providing professional training services.
một dự án mới nơi chúng tôi cùng bạn chung tay kiến tạo hệ sinh thái công nghệ cao. Đà Nẵng, một trong 3 trung tâm kinh tế của cả nước, nơi khởi nguồn cho những kiến tạo tương lai. Đà Nẵng IT Park là khu công nghệ thông tin tập trung đầu tiên mang tiêu chuẩn quốc tế ở khu vực miền Trung Việt Nam. Với tiêu chuẩn một vườn ươm giàu tài nguyên, giúp cho những người sẵn sàng nắm bắt cơ hội thực hiện ước mơ của mình, Đà Nẵng IT Park là nơi hiện thực hóa mục tiêu lấy công nghệ thông tin làm mũi nhọn đột phá, cung cấp mọi dịch vụ cho doanh nghiệp hoạt động trong lĩnh vực công nghệ thông tin, công nghệ cao. Đặc biệt là thế mạnh đào tạo nguồn nhân lực chất lượng cao, sẵn sàng đáp ứng nhu cầu trong xu hướng công nghệ tiên phong chiếm lĩnh và phát triển vượt bậc hiện nay. Đà Nẵng IT Park hướng đến mục tiêu doanh thu 1,5 tỷ đô la mỗi năm và khả năng tuyển dụng 25.000 lao động. Nằm cạnh khu đô thị sinh thái Golden Hills ở cửa ngõ Tây Bắc Đà Nẵng, Trung Nam Group đặt mục tiêu phát triển Đà Nẵng IT Park thành một thung lũng công nghệ cao chuẩn mực châu Á. Với đầy đủ các phân khu chức năng và không gian sống, giai đoạn 1 của dự án với hạ tầng đầu tư 131 ha đã hoàn thiện, sẵn sàng chào đón các nhà đầu tư với sự hỗ trợ 24/24. Với mục tiêu trở thành một trong những cộng đồng phát triển công nghệ thông tin theo mô hình thung lũng Silicon của Hoa Kỳ, Đà Nẵng IT Park là một hệ sinh thái xanh nơi bạn cùng gia đình, đồng nghiệp và đối tác tận hưởng không gian sống đầy đủ tiện nghi của một khu đô thị quốc tế với những hỗ trợ. Đà Nẵng sẽ là một thành phố thông minh trong tương lai không xa. Với vai trò trung tâm kinh tế, văn hóa xã hội trọng điểm vùng, công nghệ cao và công nghệ thông tin là ngành kinh tế mũi nhọn mà Đà Nẵng đang dồn mọi nguồn lực và chính sách ưu đãi để thu hút đầu tư. Đà Nẵng IT Park chính là một trong những dự án đã được chính phủ phê duyệt để đạt được mục tiêu này với các chính sách ưu đãi hỗ trợ đầu tư. Chào đón các nhà đầu tư đến với Đà Nẵng IT Park, thung lũng kiến tạo những phát minh làm thay đổi cuộc sống của bạn, nơi giấc mơ công nghệ tương lai được hiện thực hóa, và Trung Nam Group sẽ đồng hành để cùng bạn hoàn thiện giấc mơ ấy.
been great pleasure to partner with SmartTrain and to work with your fantastic team. Thank you to be the pioneer in delivering CMA programs in Vietnam. IMA is ready to support SmartTrain, and together we can reach another milestone in success and in many more years to come.
SmartTrain is able to provide the internal audit community in Vietnam with an opportunity to prepare for the three-part CIA exam. We chose to partner with SmartTrain because they're a respected and recognized company in Vietnam and are committed to providing professional training services.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the final round of Intelligent Investment Competitions 2022. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all of you for your kind participations today. And also, please contact to our supporter immediately if you have any issues so that we can assist you immediately. And Also, please notice that all your devices must be turned off to maintain the flow of the competitions. As the sessions is also live streamed online, don't forget to hit the like and share button to invite all your friends and teammates to join with us. I guarantee that these sessions will be highly beneficial to you and your team since you will be able to obtain many useful information from the performance of the top 5 finalists. And currently, we are welcoming more than 100 attendants joining our live stream today. It is a pleasure to see all of you guys in this event. And now, without any further delay, we officially welcome you to the final round of Intelligent Investment Competitions 2022. To introduce myself, my name is Huân Thị Kim Trang, and it is my pleasure to be the host of today's event. On the behalf of the organizers of IIC, I would like to sincerely thank you all of you for setting aside your precious time to join with us. Through the closing ceremony today, we also express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors for your supporting with the IIC 2022. We are truly looking forward to our collaborations in the future. And to respond to our continuous encouragement and assistance, our organizing team is making every effort and doing our most for the smooth operations of the nationwide IIC via the online and offline platform. And the purpose of the closing summary today is to offer you insight into the IIC 22 and present IIC to the participants nationwide. In today's sessions, we will have first the check-in and welcome. Next is the introductions of RMT Vietnam Finance Club, IIC 2022, the board of sponsors, and media partners. Next is the introductions of the board of judges, mentors, and trainers. And then will be the introductions of the top 5 finalists, and will be the performance. And then I will remind about the prize structures, and we will have the result announcement and award. And finally is the wrap-up of the closing ceremony. So, without any further delay, let's get started, okay? And all right, so firstly, I would like to introduce everyone to RMT Vietnam Finance Club, which is the organizer of Intelligent Investment Competitions 2022. Up to now, we are proud to say that our club has obtained many memorable achievements, such as the top 3 academic club at RMT University Vietnam. And currently, Finance Club has been operating for more than 10 years and has more than 100 members. And besides, with more than 45 events every year, both internal and external. And we have been successfully in operating 2 major competitions on a national scale projects, which are the RMT Research Challenge and the Intelligent Investment Competitions. And now we will move on to the second part, something about Intelligent Investment Competitions. And first, let's take a look at the IIC development since its first day. As you may know, IIC is a national playground by which students can genuinely improve their skill, practice their thinking, and develop a success-oriented mindset to solve the problems in the field of stock trading. Our vision is to build up an academic playground. IIC participants also have invaluable opportunity that takes the closest step into the real-world industry. This means that they have the ability to network with industry experts who will also be their mentors to provide further instructions and inspire them with such experience the whole time of the competitions. Along with that, being a part of IIC, you can definitely establish new amazing relationships with peers come from different universities across Vietnam who share the same passions of the sector of finance as you. And in many years of operations, IIC has obtained many tremendous achievements. Evidently, IIC 2021 has successfully organized via both offline and online platform, with more than 100,000 reach, 8,000 engagement on pages, and over 600 applicants from more than 50 universities across the country. And we have the sincere support from more than 15 judges, mentors, and trainers. The competitions have obtained the Student Club Best Virtual Event Award in 2021. And that is all of the achievements from the previous sessions of IIC. Therefore, this year, we want to upgrade the competitions to the next level and achieve more impressive goals. And there are many outstanding differences between IIC this year. First, we'll have a new platform from SSI, the top financial company in Vietnam. And next, the total prize value is now increased to more than 1.7 billion VND. And especially, the official final round is organized as an extremely glamorous venue with a capacity of over 18 people. And having the represent of offline audience, judges, sponsors, mentors, and trainers. And one of the first things that we can be proud of is the board of sponsors. On the behalf of IIC organizers, we are really grateful for the support from the sponsors, mentors, churches, trainers, and especially all the participants who are joining the sessions today. And we, as the organizers, we hope that we can together keep making IIC become a more appealing competitions in the future. And so to begin with the second part of the closing ceremony today, we would love to profoundly appreciate our sponsor from our diamond, gold, silver, platform, strategics, and media sponsor and media support. We have no word to thank you enough for your extending to your full support to IIC. And with your generous support, the competition will be possible and thrive like today. And now, for the third consecutive year of IIC, we are honored to present our first diamond sponsor, Da Nang IT Park. And now let's take a look at the stream and see the TVC of Da Nang IT Park.
Một dự án mới, nơi chúng tôi cùng bạn chung tay kiến tạo hệ sinh thái công nghệ cao. Đà Nẵng, một trong 3 trung tâm kinh tế của cả nước, nơi khởi nguồn cho những kiến tạo tương lai. Đà Nẵng IT Park là khu công nghệ thông tin tập trung đầu tiên mang tiêu chuẩn quốc tế ở khu vực miền Trung Việt Nam. Với tiêu chuẩn một vườn ươm giàu tài nguyên, giúp cho những người sẵn sàng nắm bắt cơ hội thực hiện ước mơ của mình, Đà Nẵng IT Park là nơi hiện thực hóa mục tiêu lấy công nghệ thông tin làm mũi nhọn đột phá, cung cấp mọi dịch vụ cho doanh nghiệp hoạt động trong lĩnh vực công nghệ thông tin, công nghệ cao. Đặc biệt là thế mạnh đào tạo nguồn nhân lực chất lượng cao, sẵn sàng đáp ứng nhu cầu trong xu hướng công nghệ tiên phong chiếm lĩnh và phát triển vượt bậc hiện nay. Đà Nẵng IT Park hướng đến mục tiêu doanh thu 1,5 tỷ đô la mỗi năm và khả năng tuyển dụng 25.000 lao động. Nằm cạnh khu đô thị sinh thái Golden Hills ở cửa ngõ Tây Bắc Đà Nẵng, Trung Nam Group đặt mục tiêu phát triển Đà Nẵng IT Park thành một thung lũng công nghệ cao chuẩn mực châu Á. Với đầy đủ các phân khu chức năng và không gian sống, giai đoạn 1 của dự án với hạ tầng đầu tư 131 ha đã hoàn thiện, sẵn sàng chào đón các nhà đầu tư với sự hỗ trợ 24/24. Với mục tiêu trở thành một trong những cộng đồng phát triển công nghệ thông tin theo mô hình thung lũng Silicon của Hoa Kỳ, Đà Nẵng IT Park là một hệ sinh thái xanh, nơi bạn cùng gia đình, đồng nghiệp và đối tác tận hưởng không gian sống đầy đủ tiện nghi của một khu đô thị quốc tế với những hỗ trợ. Đà Nẵng sẽ là một thành phố thông minh trong tương lai không xa. Với vai trò trung tâm kinh tế, văn hóa xã hội trọng điểm vùng, công nghệ cao và công nghệ thông tin là ngành kinh tế mũi nhọn mà Đà Nẵng đang dồn mọi nguồn lực và chính sách ưu đãi để thu hút đầu tư. Đà Nẵng IT Park chính là một trong những dự án đã được chính phủ phê duyệt để đạt được mục tiêu này với các chính sách ưu đãi hỗ trợ đầu tư. Chào đón các nhà đầu tư đến với Đà Nẵng IT Park, thung lũng kiến tạo những phát minh làm thay đổi cuộc sống của bạn, nơi giấc mơ công nghệ tương lai được hiện thực hóa, và Trung Nam Group sẽ đồng hành để cùng bạn hoàn thiện giấc mơ ấy.
Accounting and financial courses such as the ACCA, CFA, and IFRS, as well as other short courses to individuals and corporations. SmartTrain is not only recognized by worldwide professional organizations, but also trusted by over 700 corporate clients and 24,000 individual learners from the range of businesses, including the Big Four accounting firms, PwC, EY, Deloitte, and KPMG. And we would like to express our profound appreciation to our diamond sponsor for the generous assistance. Your sponsorship has enabled IC in building itself as a leading financial stock analysis competitions for the undergraduate student, not only in Ho Chi Minh City, but all over Vietnam. And next is our gold sponsor. We would like to express our special thanks to the gold sponsor for sponsoring this event and supporting us in the finishing of the competitions. Aptech is a global-scale organization that has pioneered IT training for more than 35 years and in more than 40 countries, with over 1,000 training institutes and 6.8 million students. Aptech has been in Vietnam since 1999, serving kids and high schoolers. Aptech has been named as Vietnam #1 IT training unit by the Ho Chi Minh City Computers Associations, PC World Magazine, and the Vietnam Software Associations, VINASA. Aptech has also trained and developed human resources for the Vietnam Ministry of Education and Training, Ministry of Information and Communications, enterprises, and major institutions. And now I would like to invite Aptech representative, Ms. Khả Ngọc, to the stage and have some sharing with the audience. Okay. Please have a warm applause for her.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn có mặt trong cái hội trường ngày hôm nay. Xin tự giới thiệu lại một chút, thì mình tên là Ngọc và mình đại diện bộ phận truyền thông của trường Aptech. Thì để giới thiệu sơ qua một chút xíu cho những bạn nào mà chưa biết đến Aptech, thì Aptech hiện nay là trường đang đào tạo 2 chuyên ngành chính. Chuyên ngành đầu tiên là chuyên ngành về công nghệ thông tin phần mềm, và chuyên ngành còn lại đó chính là chuyên ngành về khoa học dữ liệu và trí tuệ nhân tạo AI. Được biết là hầu như các bạn thí sinh ngày hôm nay trong cái cuộc thi của chúng ta đều là đa số là thuộc về khối ngành kinh tế, và trong tương lai các bạn sẽ tiếp xúc với lại một cái khối liệu data rất là nhiều. Thì làm sao để hiểu được nó, làm sao để phân tích được nó, thì các bạn có thể tìm hiểu khóa học Data Science hiện nay ở bên Aptech. Và quay trở lại với cuộc thi là Ngọc mong hy vọng là các bạn thí sinh ngày hôm nay sẽ chuẩn bị cho mình một tinh thần thật là vững vàng để bước vào một kỳ thi, và chúc tất cả các thí sinh ngày hôm nay hoàn thành phần thi của mình thật là tốt. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Thank you, Ms. Ngọc, so much for your sharing. And now I would like to welcome you to receive our gift as the organizers. Please welcome Mr. Wu Anh, the project leader of IC, to give her your award. Okay, once again, thank you so much for your support from Aptech. And now I would like to invite you guys to look at the screen again and watch one of the TVC from our diamond sponsor, SmartTrain.
It's been great pleasure to partner with Smart Train and to work with your fantastic team. Thank you to be the pioneer in delivering CMA programs in Vietnam. IMA is ready to support Smart Train, and together we can reach another milestone in success and in many more years to come.
Smart Train is able to provide the internal audit community in Vietnam with an opportunity to prepare for the three-part CIA exam. We chose to partner with Smart Train because they're a respected and recognized company in Vietnam and are committed to providing professional training and services.
And coming up next, I would like to express our special thanks to the silver sponsors for sponsoring this event and supporting us in the finishing of the competitions successfully. First is Phú Hưng Securities Joint Stock Company, founded in 2006 by CX Technology Taiwan and has 16 years of experience in Vietnam stock market. Phú Hưng Security has focused partnership with top universities around the nations to bring security investing operations closer to the young generations. And second is the RMT Career Alumni and Industry Relations Department. They aim to provide RMT community with the best possible experience to fulfill their university life and get prepared for the future career. And lastly is the RMT Student Council. They also establishes an engaging environment where students with great ambitions, passions, enthusiasm, and motivations can collaborate to work toward the same goal, contributing a small portion to support the university in building RMT into a diverse, inclusive, and rewarding environment for everyone. And now I would like to invite the silver sponsor who attended today. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Phạm Lan Chi, representative of Phú Hưng Joint Stock Company. contributions once again. Thank you, Ms. Anchi. And next, let's meet our platform sponsors. SSI Security Trust Stock Company was founded in 1999. It's a veteran of the Vietnam stock market. And also, SSI great financial potentials, international standard corporate governance, and strong and professional staff ensure the customer certifications. Coming up next is, let's meet our strategic sponsors. Catinac Saigon Cafe is a combination of old features with a representative of Catinac street name, but stylized with the letter K in modern style. And Catinac offers a standard coffee and drink in an attractive design environment overlooking the bustling Saigon streets. And next, an event would not be possible and widely known without the help of the marketing support. So please welcome to our last but not least, the media sponsors. Firstly is Whitebox, a daily source of information for students and young adults, providing news and updating posts that relate to recruitment, scholarship, startups, competitions, events, and skills. Next is eSci.vn, a quality information channels for people who love activities related to innovations and starting a business. They provide three main services area: write high-quality PR articles, conceptualize and implement media campaigns, and design and implement web projects. And last is Profin. Profin is a website that provides information about products, in-depth knowledge for personnel experts in the field of accounting and corporate finance, including news, analytic reports, courses, e-learning, corporate financial data. And next is our media support. I Volunteer Vietnam is a chance for students and young people in Vietnam to exchange information about volunteer activities, trainings, seminars, conferences, and youth forums. As a connections between social organizations, volunteers club, teams and groups, and volunteer enthusiasts contributing to the social community activities related to the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And that is all of our introductions of the board of sponsor for IIC this year. And once again, we are sincerely appreciating the support and hope that IIC 2022 will be successfully and be the greatest event of the year. And so for further supporting for the participants, we are really grateful for the support from IIC 2022 Board of Churches, mentors, and trainers. And for this final round of IIC 2022, there will be 5 official churches. And however, due to unexpected issues, Ms. Tanya could not attend with us today. And right now, I would like to invite to the stage the 4 board of churches who attended today. First, I would like to invite Mr. Vinh Nguyen, Deputy Chief Investment Officer of Vietcombank Fund Management. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Vinh Ngo, Investment Advisory Manager at ICG at Dragon Securities. And next, please welcome to the stage Mr. Lợi Nguyễn, Associate Research at Maybank Investment Bank Vietnam. And last but not least, please welcome to the stage Mr. Tuấn Phạm, Deputy Head of Research and Analysis Department at Phú Hưng Security Trust. And to express our appreciations, our organizing team would want to send you guys one of our special gift and we will take photos for this special moment. Once again, thank you so much for your sincere support. And now I would like to have a picture with the board of churches. Thank you so much, and please welcome back to your seat. And now we would like to send our appreciations to the board of mentors. First is Mr. Xuân Hải, Equity Research Analysis at the Vietcombank Fund Management. Next is Mr. Lâm Duy, CEO at Cam Ranh International Airport Services. Next is Mr. Thanh Lương, former Senior Executive M&A Researching at Maison. Next is Ms. Kim Hoa, Director Financial Advisor Services at Delight Asia Pacific. And last but not least is Mr. Ding Dak, Financial Analysis Supervisor at New Week Diary. And also, we would like to send our appreciations to the Board of Trainers. I would like to send appreciations to Mr. Tuấn Kiên, Investment Consultant at FPT Securities, Ms. Thảo Vi, Senior Analysis at Phú Hưng Securities, and Mr. Minh Trí, F&B and Retail Analysis at Phú Hưng Securities. Once again, thank you so much for your informative and knowledgeable training sessions on the technical and fundamental analysis. And now I would like to invite Mr. Tuấn Kiên and Mr. Minh Trí to the stage and award. Once again, thank you so much for your support. And besides, for the event to be successful and attract a numerous candidates from universities across the country, the ambassador efforts are crucial. And here are the 18 student ambassadors of IIC 2022 who come from 8 different universities in Vietnam. We think we have no words enough to thank you for your devotions and companionship with us. And next, here is our top 5 teams that have made it to the final round of IIC 2022. Please come to the stage for the group photo, and keep in mind that the following announcement of the team is not according to the ranking. One of the top 5 finalists of IIC this year is Team Shiba Capital, which include Phan Thăng Long, Võ Huy Long, and Vũ Lâm Ngọc Minh. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you so much. Please welcome back to your seat. And the following team is Team BK Pikachu, which include Hùng Gia Hân, Hoàng Hưng Dương Vương Quỳnh Như, and Nguyễn Minh Khôi. Please welcome up to the stage and have the photo group. Thank you so much, and please welcome back to your seat. The next team is Team Takey and Investment, which include Nguyễn Huy Khôi, Lê Hồng Thịnh, and Nguyễn Hoàng Nguyên. Please welcome up to the stage for the group photo. Thank you so much, and please welcome back to your seat. And the fourth team is Team Just Do It, including Nguyễn Thị Minh Phương, Trần Phương Thảo, and Trần Hậu Mỹ An. And last but not least is Team Phú Ngãi, which includes Đoàn Nhật Minh, Trần Ngọc Thảo Vân, and Nguyễn Đặng Hoàng Tính. And now is for the pitching orders. Team BK Pikachu will present first. Following up next is Team Shiba Capital. And after that is Team Takey and Investments. And coming after is Team Jesuit. And the last team to present is Team Phú Ngãi. And for this final round, we will have 3 teams registered to present offline, which are Team Shiba Capital, Team BK Pikachu, and Team Takey and Investment. The 2 teams who will present online will be Team Just Do It and Team Takey and Investment. And Team Phú Ngãi, I'm sorry. And the rules for the pitching sessions are, each team will have 15 minutes to present about their company and relevant analysis, and then they will have 15 minutes for the Q&A sessions. Please be noticed that this time will include both of the questioning time and the answering time for both the judges and the contestants. So without any further ado, I would like you guys to give us an applause for the first team to present. Please welcome to Team BK Pikachu. The team will have 5 minutes to prepare for your pitching slide. Okay, so your 15 minutes start now.
The need for processed food is expanding and becoming more popular in wealthy countries. Therefore, the frozen seafood industry currently have very good potential for development. Good afternoon, judges and all the audience. Today, we initiate Namviet Corporation with a buy recommendation with a 3-year target price of 33.4 Vietnam dong, presenting an upside of 48.71% from its last closing price on the 23rd of December 2022. Namviet is a joint stock company with its main business activity being producing and exporting pangasius. We expect a bright business outlook for this company and the pangasius segment in the long run. Namviet primarily operates in 3 segments: aquaculture raising, aquafood processing, and aqua animal feed production. Besides, Namviet also owns 6 subsidiaries divided into 2 main blocks, aquaculture and solar power, and currently they also develop the business of producing collagen and gelatin. The shareholder structure of Namviet is quite condensed, with the company management currently holding 73% of the share, and it's also recorded a small number of foreign ownership. Despite receiving substantial achievements, Namviet, with constant effort and striving to dominate the pangasius market, both in Vietnam and overseas.
From a macro perspective, 2023 is expected to be a harsh year for the global economy. There are some signals that the inflation may be slower, but it's far from approaching the ideal level for most central banks around the world. The battle against inflation can trigger unemployment, forcing households to cut their spending for necessary goods like food and housing. The surge in prices urges consumers to seek for more budget-friendly alternatives. Accordingly, regional lockdowns in China are no longer required, and travel in the domestic between low-risk provinces and cities is not controlled. These are clear signals that the cross-border travel will be reopened in 2023. China has been one of the most important trading partners for Vietnam, so the modernization of socio-economic activity in this country will lead to significant growth in Vietnamese export activity. The U.S. market is attractive to most food exporters around the world due to the high level of willingness to pay. However, the high demand at high prices goes along with high market entry barriers. Also, the trend of protectionism has been rising, and yet there is no signal of a reverse in this approaching from following policymakers with anti-dumping duties as a common tool. These tariffs limit the price competitiveness of Vietnamese export. There have been many efforts from the VASEP to reduce pressure on this duty for Vietnamese exporters. However, the result of these negotiations are still in doubt. Vietnam's geographical and climate conditions provide a competitive advantage for growing Pangasius in large quantities and of high quality. Growing conditions in other Pangasius manufacturers such as Bangladesh, India, and Indonesia are not ideal for mass production. Therefore, the dominance of Vietnamese exporters in the markets is backed by natural and long-lasting advantages. 30 to 35% of Pangasius growing areas belong to household and individuals businesses. These businesses are distinguished by the ability to adjust quickly the production volume in response to changes in Pangasius market price. Therefore, most producers and exporters have to face high variation in input expense between periods of time. Although Pangasius is not a direct substitute for other species due to its different composition, it does compete with other whitefish species. The comparison in consumption show that gap in consumption among 5 popular whitefish species, including Pangasius, are not very significant. The low price of Pangasius gives it an advantage over similar competitors, especially when rising inflation is affecting consumer budget, encouraging low and income consumers to seek for more budget-friendly alternatives. In the period of 2016 to 2021, China and US are the 2 largest Pangasius export markets of Vietnam, accounting for on average for about 50% of Pangasius export turnover of the whole industry. While the market places strict requirement on the quality of the fish and accept to buy at a high price, the Chinese market only require the quality to be sufficient and import at low price. The U.S. market is the market with the highest export price. However, exporting Pangasius to this market faces so many difficult quality barriers. In the process of exporting Pangasius, enterprises are also exposed to a high risk of anti-dumping duties every year. Because the U.S. market poses so many difficult barriers, the number of Vietnamese enterprises export to U.S. market is relatively small, only about 15 out of nearly 200 enterprises in the whole industry. The major market for Vietnamese Pangasius export at the moment is China. Export of Pangasius to China increased significantly because of 3 main factors. 1. Rising income increased people demand for imported seafood. 2. The boom in restaurant services. 3. The favorable tax treatment of Pangasius product. Throughout 2022, exporting Pangasius of Vietnam to China experienced a robust recovery on this market. By the end of October, it is anticipated exporting Pangasius to this market will have an increase of 110% from the same time in 2021. The World Bank research predicts that exporting Pangasius to China will increase until 2030. The regulating on fishing to safeguard the environment on 2018 is expected to result in a flat supply of seafood in China, supporting the increase in consumption through import. We believe it is reasonable to assume that as income rises, the Chinese consumer will increase their seafood consumption even further.
Thanks to the advantage of a closed value chain from farming to producing and to exporting Pangasius, then Namviet can better control its sources of input materials better than other enterprises that they have to buy raw fish from the outside. First, unlike conventional method, we require the purchase of feed and fingerlings, then Namviet can proactively control these 2 components on its own, even the living environment and the techniques to cultivate into their farming area. First, in contrast with the context of small ponds when the fingerlings tend to eat each other since there is not enough food and space, then the success of Namviet is reported to be higher than other hatcheries on the market thanks to huge breeding areas. And next, high quality of input materials are imported from reliable sources that help Namviet to avoid unsatisfactory quality of purchased food and also minimize the costs. And yet, the autonomy of in the area of farming as well as the input had helped Namviet to completely support its competitors VHC and IDI. And with that, the gross profit margin of Namviet recorded, it remained very high and it fluctuated quite similar to the top player VHC. And next, the reopening of the market as well as the benefits from FTAs that we can receive that help Namviet to take advantage of the reduced tariff. And besides the three markets, then we anticipate that the US market will be the primary driver of Namviet in long-term revenue due to insignificant competition and the high price that we can sell there. And that's in the farming areas as well as the factories, they are all certified with rigorous standards in the field of agriculture that help them to optimize the cost as well as ensure the quantity and the quality during the whole process. And next, there are other two business segments that Namviet is currently deploying, that is solar power and collagen and gelatin. In the coming time, Namviet is waiting for the government to approve the project of building another solar power in Binh Phu farming areas. In total, the contribution of solar power and collagen to the total revenue of Namviet till now is quite limited due to small scales and as well as it is still in the testing process, so it requires further observations.
Okay, so in terms of the financial performance, we can identify the positive outlook for the long-term growth of this company by financial performance. In terms of profitability trend, then Namviet share the same revenue trend with its competitors in this industry, with constant growth in the before COVID period, and due to the harsh policy of Vietnamese government against the spread of COVID, and also due to the disruption in the global supply chain. However, the business result in the first three recent quarters of 2022 show that Namviet even surpassed its peak performance in 2019 in terms of revenue, and it shows a huge potential of this company for long-term growth as the Vietnamese and the global economy enter the recovering stage after the crisis. And the ROE trend of this company is also similar to the one for the whole industry. And the Namviet's effort in completing the value chain has brought positive signal to the gross profit margin. As you can see in that chart, the gross profit margin of Namviet outperformed its main competitors. For the turnover, talk about the turnover ratio, we have to admit that the inventory management, previous slide, the inventory management efficiency was lower than competitors, and it can be attributed to the complete control of the value chain. In 2020, Namviet recorded over 200 days of inventory outstanding, and yet there's still no signal of the company to reduce this number to the before COVID level. And the low level inventory management efficiency generate pressure on expense and the liquidity of the firm, and we will illustrate this point further in the next slide. About the capital structure, Namviet relies on current liabilities in just the same way with its competitors. Here you can see that the ratio of short-term debt to total assets of Namviet is relatively stable, around 46%, and this is also the average level compared to two main competitors. But this approach hit Namviet in a different way compared to competitors. In 2020 and 2021, Namviet struggled to convert its inventory into cash in a sufficient amount of money to finance its operation. And as you can see that the interest coverage ratio dramatically dropped in 2020. However, this ratio bounced back as exporting activities were recovered from 2022. And from this, we can conclude that as exporting activities grow at a constant rate like it used to be before COVID, then Namviet will have no trouble with its financial health. About the valuation and recommendation, we combine two methods, which are the discounted cash flow and price to earning to set the target price for Namvic, each of them accounting for 50% of our decision. Here are our key assumptions for the discounted cash flow method. And for the P evaluation, we also write down some assumption for the revenue prospect of the company. So in 2022, Namvic recovered the export activities, and this is supported by the higher price than ever of seafood price over the world, and due to the war in Ukraine, with the historical peak gross profit margin recorded at 27%. However, our team believe that this is just a temporary phenomenon, and the price will adjust to the common level in the upcoming years. And for the export revenues prospect, we expect this will grow at a 7.5% rate in average. While most markets will witness stable demand for pangasius, the high demand from the hospitality and F&B industry from US and China are potential sources for outstanding growth of Namvic. And yet Namvic is not currently operating in these two countries. So if it can integrate in this country, then it can result in higher result. About the, here are the target price for Namvic. And let's talk about the risk that Namvic has to face in its operation. First one is the quality barriers and charging tariffs make exporting difficult for every company in this industry. And Namvic itself used to be banned from the US market due to by the anti-dumping duty. So this is a concerning matter for Namvic in specific. And about the instability of raw pangasius is also a risk for the whole industry, and Namvic may lose its benefits by the high supply of pangasius. And the other risk related to the environmental ones, with the risk of disease and the export development in the Chinese market. We are not sure about the reopenness of this economy, so we're not sure about that. And this risk is about the financial, and I have presented it already in the financial performance. And lastly is the impact of inflation on exporting activities, just like other exporting goods. And that's also the end of our presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for your performance. And now Thank you for your presentations. And now it's a Q&A sections. Your 15 minutes start now.
Mình dùng tiếng Anh hay là tiếng Việt được? Mình sẽ dùng tiếng Việt nha. Ok. Thì cảm ơn cái phần trình bày của các bạn. Thì mình nghĩ là bài trình bày khá là cái cấu trúc khá là chặt chẽ, và cũng như là cái vấn đề về quản lý thời gian khá là tốt. Thì đầu tiên thì mình có một cái câu hỏi liên quan đến cái biên lợi nhuận của mình dự phóng. Thì mình có thể quay lại cái slide 31 không? Thì ở đây thì mình đang có một cái dự phóng cho năm 2023 là biên lợi nhuận gộp ở mức là 23.5%. Thì cái giả định của mình như thế nào để đạt được cái mức biên lợi nhuận gộp là 23.5%? Thì như chúng ta đã biết là trong cái năm 2022 qua thì cái giá cá đầu ra nó tăng rất là mạnh do cái chiến tranh thương mại, chiến tranh giữa Nga và Ukraine. Thì nó đã đẩy cái lệnh cấm các sản phẩm cá của Nga như là cá pollock chẳng hạn, thì đã đẩy cái giá cá lên tăng cao, trong khi nguồn cung chúng ta đang bị trong giai đoạn đó là bị thu hẹp. Thì có một số lo ngại rằng là sau cái giai đoạn mà giá cá tăng khá là tốt thì cái nguồn cung nó sẽ tăng lên một cách nhanh chóng, thì có sẽ đẩy giá cá đi xuống rất là sâu. Thì cái giả định của mình trong năm tới như thế nào về cái biên lợi nhuận gộp 23.5%?
Dạ, thì biên lợi nhuận gộp vào năm 2022 nó đã là 27%, là khi mà giá ở mức cao, nên là cái giả định của tụi em là đã assume là giá cá sẽ giảm trong những năm tới, và 2023 nên là nó mới giảm từ 27% đến 23.5%, và nhu cầu thì vẫn ở mức cao, mặc dù giá đã điều chỉnh nhưng nhu cầu vẫn ở mức cao. Đó là lý do tại sao tụi em set cái mức target là 23.5%.
Mình có thêm một câu hỏi nhỏ nữa là mình có giả định cho giá cá cha trong các năm tới ở các thị trường không? Ví dụ như là thị trường Trung Quốc, thị trường Thái Lan và thị trường Latin, 3 thị trường chính của ANV.
Giá, những người chưa nói sao? Bao nhiêu phần trăm? Nhớ giá không?
Mình có nói là giữ 16 cái năm trước.
Giá giữ nguyên rồi. Nãy mình đang nói giảm mà. Nãy đang nói giá giảm.
Chứ mình đâu có bị sợ cái giá cho con thị trường đâu, mình đâu có sợ cả đâu.
Ok. Thì tụi em không có data cho thị trường riêng lẻ nên tụi em phải assume toàn cầu nó ở một cái mức chung, chứ tụi em không có một cái data riêng lẻ cho từng thị trường.
Ok, mình không có câu hỏi nào.
Ok, mấy lần trước thì mình dùng English nhưng mà cái này tùy ban tổ chức ha. Nếu mà các bạn dùng tiếng English, ok, right? Thank you for the presentation. Okay, very good job. My first question is about your screening process. That when you choose to analyze and value NamVid, right? And did you also analyze Vĩnh Hoàn? And why didn't you choose Vĩnh Hoàn to analyze and propose?
Okay, so we use the forward PE to calculate the one for Vĩnh Hoàn and Nam Việt. So the one for Nam Việt is undervaluated with the lower forward PE, and also the potential, the rooms for improvement of Nam Việt is larger since it is not currently operating in US. So I think that, and there is and we believe that there is no barriers, no significant barriers for Nam Việt to enter in the next 2 or 3 years. So that's why we believe Nam Việt has more potential growth.
All right, thank you. For the U.S. market, why you think that Nam Việt can go back to the market? And how did they prepare for the coming back?
How did you prepare for coming back? Rồi, nhưng mà
để thăm dò thị trường và nó sẽ mở rộng cái chuyện
thì là hồi trước là bị cấm do anti dumping, nhưng mà hiện giờ nó đã chứng minh được là
Actually, before Nam Việt cannot enter the U.S. market due to high anti-dumping duties, but later Nam Việt can actually, in the August of 2022, Nam Việt did export 5 containers of pangasius to the U.S. market, and according to the company, we did read that the company is building a distribution channel in the U.S. and the 5 containers that they export to the U.S. is with the purpose that to assessing the situation in the U.S. Furthermore, in the factories, they also build the Atlantic factory that is the goal of that factory is built in the standard of the U.S. market, so that that factories only the goal is to serve the U.S. market, and we believe that the U.S. market will be the primary driver of Nam Việt long-term revenue. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, if you look at the last paragraph, right? You expect that the U.S. market just achieved the annual growth of 20%, and at the same time the base is very low, right? And it's not really significant to drive the company performance. Okay. One more thing. How did you come up with the cost of equity of 19%? Because it seemed too high. In the slide 15. Now 15.
Which slide?
Slide 15. 15, yeah. Yeah, the valuation.
DCF là slide số mấy á?
Yeah, the cost of equity.
This is through our calculation, but yes, we do not cannot provide enough data here because this is done in an Excel file with a model valuation. in Excel. We download from the internet.
All right. Yep. Thank you. I give more time for the other
Okay,
judges.
so please notice for the following of questions, the board of judges, you guys are recommended to ask questions in English, but if you prefer Vietnamese, it's okay as well. But for the contestants, you must answer in English, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I have three questions. So the first one, we will you said that you expect the volume export in the export volume in the 2023 still like strong, right?
Yes.
What is the catalyst? Is the China reopening or what? The first one?
For 2022?
Yeah, the volume you said before, you still expect the export volume of AMV still like kind of strong, right?
Yeah.
Resilient. Yeah. What is the catalyst for your expectation?
It's strong because the hospitality services in around the world still recover. So, for example, the China is going to open its border, and travelers from Chinese they will contribute to the revenue of the hospitality and F&B services around the world. So we believe that Pangasius, just like other seafood goods, are benefited from this trend.
So to follow up with that idea, so like for your reference, like in the Western countries, like we witnessed like the high level of inventory of Pangasius. So we expect a slowdown in import volume for the Western countries. But yeah, then the China catalyst is okay. But then I have one question relating to the slide 15. Can you move to the last slide 15? So it's about the export value growth of the China market for the Pangasius, right? So what is the reason for the surge in the export value in the 2019 of China market? Why is that a surge? Like you see on the graph, like from 2016 to 18, it's like modest growth, but then in the 19 it's like the booming, right? Then it's what is the reason? And then come to the to the growth of Namvik in like 19. They still like just witness a modest growth in the same year of the booming of China market. So they kind of not really strong correlation between the China market and AMV business performance, right? So can you kind of can you tell me more about that issue, please?
Correlation của cái performance của China với correlation với lại cái view của Nam Việt. Không, nhưng mà cái result, business result chung của Nam Việt á, thì năm 19 nó có tăng đúng, nó không có đi theo cái này. Không có tăng giống vậy, bây giờ phải giải thích lý do này, nó không có tăng giống vậy. Bây giờ phải hỏi lý do. Năm Trung Quốc ăn cao bao nhiêu phần trăm trong thị trường? Trung Quốc ăn cao bao nhiêu phần trăm revenue?
So to make it a little bit more like easy, so can you do you know the export market breakdown of AMV revenue? Like what's the main markets, export market of Namvik? Do you have the figures?
Before 2020, right? Before 2021, China is the largest one. But for the following years, then this is equally departed for many developing countries in the America Latin and Southeast Asia.
So that's still depending, right? Before 2021, the China is still the main market. But then in 2019, when the export turnover to China market booming, but then the revenue of Namvik still like just a moderate growth. Can organizer, so you please move to the slide of sorry. What is it? The slide 26. Yeah, the revenue from 18 to 19 is just like a little bit growth, right? But then at the same time, the China market, the demand for Pangasea's import is was just booming at the same time.
Cái data đó là có phải là của Nam Việt không hay là của cả ngành vậy? Okay. So the data for the growth in the slide 15 is the growth for the whole industry, and Nam Việt is not the largest Vietnamese company in the China market. So the growth of Chinese market is not that correlated to the growth of Nam Việt.
So just one more question about the valuation, the PE valuation. Can you please tell me about a little bit more detail about the PE valuation? Like what is your base for the valuation? Like the earning of from what year, 2022 or 2023, and what is the earning you are forecasting now? And then the multiple you are applying, what is it? The 6 or 8 or what, and what, where does it come from? Like the peer comparison or what? Thank you. I didn't see it on your presentation, so I need to ask.
So we don't have time to present it in the slide, but I can tell you a little bit that the growth of revenue of the company will be at around 7 to 8%, and we assume that the cost, the administrative cost, the general cost, they still account for the same proportion of about 3 to 4%, and overall the cost of goods sold still the one account for the most significant part in the cost structure of the company, and
just go for straight to the earnings. Don't need to the earning you are forecasting and the earning you use for the PE valuation is in which year, the 2022 or 2023 first?
PE 2025 for the earning. Yes, we write it that the income, the forward income for the 2025.
What is the PE you apply? What is the level, like 3 or 6 or 8? The PE multiples.
Okay, so we're sorry that we cannot answer this question.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay. Okay, so I had one quick question. So basically, I'm looking at your assumption, and I realized that you still let the China drive the earning growth, right? But I think China is a little bit the price less is less expensive compared to the US market. But on the other hand, I see that you let the gross margin to expand further in 2023. So can you explain a little bit more on that? Because I mean the product mix, I mean in terms of the export market is still like missing. And I believe that if China keep rising the earning growth, the gross margin gonna like have to be suffer rather than expanding further into the future.
So right now, the developing markets are still the one account for the most sales revenue of Nam Việt. So the growth in this, the growth in these markets will continue to support the gross profit margin of the company, like rather than eliminate this.
Right. Thank you for your performance in the Q&A sections. Once again, thank you so much, and now you guys can go back to your seat. For the next team to present, Please welcome Team Shiba Capitals. The team will have 5 minutes to prepare for the slides. Dạ đúng rồi. Bạn ơi, ở đây mình gửi bạn luôn nha. Là lát nữa mình đưa mic cho bạn. Okay. Xong chưa? Ok, ready đúng không? Ok, có gì các bạn ra chính giữa xin bạn. Đây. So your 15 minutes start. Okay, so your 15 minutes of presentation start now.
So hi everyone, so in the final round, our team will present the stock pitching of Vinamilk. So this is our team member and the agenda for today. And our team will recommend buy Vinamilk at the target price 91,600, and which is 16.4% upside. And now we move to the first part, that is macroeconomic analysis. And as you can see, the VND USD has increased more than 3% since the early 2022, mainly due to the increasing of interest rate by Fed. So moreover, the depreciation of VND also leads to the government in Vietnam. They also needs to issue more cash to show the high public debt. So as a result, the inflation in Vietnam is forecast to increase around 3 to 3.5% in 2023. So now it's about the GDP. So as you know, the conflict between the Ukraine and Russia has affected seriously to the US and Europe economy, which are key trade partner of Vietnam. And it's also affected directly to the import and export of Vietnam. Moreover, this conflict also creates the disruption of global supply chain. So that leads to the high commodity price as well as the Vietnam stock market crash. So as a result, the GDP growth in 2022 is forecast to rebound at 6.05%. And increase to 7% in 2025. So as I mentioned about the consequence of the conflict between Ukraine and Ukraine, combining with this pushing for public investment in the context of the high construction material price. So as a result, the inflation is become more terrible. So that the inflation and interest rate in Vietnam are forecast to increase at 4.5% and 7% in 2023 respectively. So the last is a balance of trade. So due to the global recession, the energy crisis, as well as the zero COVID policy in China, so that the balance of trade in Vietnam is expected to have a surplus at 10.5 billion USD in 2022, which are lower than before the COVID-19 pandemic. And moreover, it's also forecast to increase 30% per year in the period 2023 to 2025. So now we move to the industry analysis. So the Vietnam annual milk consumption is expected to increase from 28 liter per capita to 40 liter per capita in 2030, with the 10% of compound annual growth rate. And as you can see, the percent of household with refrigerator has increased year by year with 4% of compound annual growth rate. So that shows the opportunity for sales of fresh milk as well as sales of flavored milk in the coming years. And now it's about the demographic. So the expansion of middle class as well as the increasing approximately 200% of the age group from 70 to 79 years old. Let's show the opportunities for the disposable income of milk consumption, especially for the powder milk for elderly. So by the geographic, the urbanization rate is expected to reach at 50% in 2040. That means more and more rural citizens can easily to approach the milk dairy which are sold in the supermarket or the convenience store in city area. So that's why the demand for domestic consumption is expected to increase 7 to 8% per year. However, the Vietnam production milk only adapts 40% of the domestic consumption. So that's why the remaining, they depending on the import. So most powder milk import from the Europe, the Australian, and also the New Zealand. So with this situation, the EVFTA agreements was agreed upon for the tax exemption for dairy products which export from European country to Vietnam. And on the other hand, as I mentioned about some difficulty for the export and as well as the import of Vietnam due to the falling of global demand, the China zero COVID, and also the high price of ingredients. So as a result, the dairy export turnover as well as the dairy import turnover in Vietnam are expected to increase 12 and 30% respectively in 2023. So now we move to the company profile, and Long will help you to know more about that.
The Vinamilk is established in the 1976, so it is a top 40 the dairy company with the highest revenue in the world and account for the 40% of the Vietnamese total dairy market share in 2022. The main product is the liquid milk, yogurt, and the condensed milk. And the new era will open for Vinamilk when the new chairman of operator, Mr. Nguyễn Hạnh Phúc, replaced Ms. Bang Tam after holding this position for the many years. And in the distribution strategy, in general trade, Vinamilk have the exclusive distributor and the supermarket in 21 countries, and they also have a lot of pop sale and Giấc Mơ Siêu Việt store. In the modern trade, the Vinamilk is exploiting and focusing on the online sale with the 13 e-commerce partner and e-commerce channel giấcmờsiêuviet.com and online sale app Giấc Mơ Siêu Việt. So they is focusing on the empty channel. They want to get more market share in the urban area because the smart customer are tech savvy and want to buy quickly and conveniently. About the company strategy, Vinamilk is planning to regain and increase the market share by producing milk. They want to control the cost material to stabilize the selling price, and they want to create the competitive advantage. In addition, the Hưng Yên project will reach the strategy of expanding dairy factory and the warehouse in the northern region to reach more people quickly and maximally. And subsidiary will is the new engine for the support growth in the revenue and the market share. Vinamilk also is promoting export to the Africa country and the Middle East country. So when the Chinese market reopen, it's an opportunity for the Vinamilk to increase the export volume. Move to the Vinamilk's financial performance. The Vinamilk revenues grow at the CAGR 3.2% thanks to the merger and the export to the Middle East market. And the strong revenue growth in the pandemic also contribute that growth, but this growth is slowly in 2022 and due to the tightening the economic, but it will recover in the late 2023 when the global economy is again. And about the Vinamilk's profit, will decrease slightly in the last 3 years, but I forecast the EC will increase again in the next 3 years due to the Vinamilk projects will start operating. And Vinamilk also try to mature and try the venture with the domestic and the foreign enterprise will help them to reach economic of scale. And the return on equity is on way high level to attract the big domestic and the foreign investor. And moreover, the short capital turnover day and the lost cash flow help them to accelerate their projects on scheduler. Moreover, the borrowing cost is the moderate leverage, and the short-term assets is larger than the short-term loan. We saw the Vinamilk doesn't have any liquidity risk. And the last one is the cash dividend payout ratios is on one high level of the 3,000 VND a share per year. And move to the investment risk. The first risk is interest risk, because the Fed tend to continue to raising the interest rate to achieve the 2% inflation. So the Vinamilk's borrowing cost will increase because the Vinamilk's loan is mostly short term. And the second risk is exchange rate risk. The most of Vinamilk contracts is executed in the USD, and the risk of unpredictable fluctuation in the commodity price and the domestic dairy is showing the saturation, and the supply chain risk is still present. And the last risk is the environment risk, because especially the emission risk, because recently the institutional investors try to apply the ESG criteria to decide to invest on a stock. And the next person is Longbo.
So the strategy of Vinamilk is to target the mass market, and we can see that the price of Vinamilk is much lower than the other brands like TH Milk or Nestle. And Vinamilk do it because they have very low production costs, and two main catalysts that help Vinamilk. First is the application of technology in automated farming system, implanted sensor, high productivity production line, the application of ERP Oracle in warehouse management system, and developer platform to sharing information between sales and accounting system. So this helps Vinamilk to increase their productivity of the cow, lower the dependency in local farmers, and they also lower the logistic cost, lower the cost for labor in warehouse management system. Therefore, they could reach high gross profit margin at 44% in 2022. The next catalyst is the end-to-end value chain vertically expansion. Vinamilk, we already know that Vinamilk has their own farm site, manufacturing site. They also invest in the logistic chain. They have the cold chain, container, jug, and vessel to deliver all of raw material products throughout every node of the value chain. They also invest in the general chain and modern trade, in which currently they have invested in the giấc mơ service chain to support the physical sale of their products and support the e-commerce sale of their products. Vinamilk also diversify their revenue stream. First, in domestic market, they also want to expand it to the north side of Vietnam throughout the M&A with Mộc Châu Milk. Also, they expand the foreign subsidiary in Cambodia, especially Angkor Milk. In Philippines, Del Monte, and in US is Driftwood. They also expand the direct export market in Southeast Asia, China, and Middle East country. So what is the suitable price per share for Vinamilk? We apply the intrinsic valuation, and we forecast free cash flow to equity from 2022 to 2025. And with the terminal growth rate onward is 4.5%, and we use CAPM model to calculate cost of equity, and we have derived a target price at approximately 97,000 VND. To forecast free cash flow to equity, first we forecasted revenue of Vinamilk, and Vinamilk has three main streams here. First is from Mộc Châu Milk, and second is from the foreign stream, especially export and foreign subsidiaries. And the third one is from Vinamilk and other internal branches. And we expect that these three revenue streams will recover in 2023, and Mộc Châu Milk will be the dominant. The second place is from foreign stream like subsidiary and export, and the third place will be Vinamilk and other internal branches. And we expect the gross profit margin will improve throughout years because first, the price of whole milk price will be stabilized. Vinamilk will be independently sourcing their fresh milk material, and they also maximize their newly expanded farm and factory. We expect that the sale cost will increase in 2023 and 2024 because it's directly related to the cost to expand the point of sale, especially the Giấc Mơ Sữa Việt chain. And the capital expenditure will increase in 2023 and 2024 because Vinamilk will expand the farm in Mộc Châu, the Lao Chaga farm, the point of sale, and the point of sale in both domestic and internationally. Next one, we move to peer valuation. We choose the company in the same industry, and we have the target price under this valuation method is approximately 82,000 VND. So to wrap it up, the final price for Vinamilk is 91,604 VND, which is a buy recommendation, 16.4% upside from the closing price at 78,700 VND, and which is suitable for the risk-averse investor because the low volatility of Vinamilk. So thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you for the performance of the team Shiba Capitals. Okay. So next up is the Q&A sessions. And please, I want to remind that the board of churches are freely to ask in Vietnamese, but you are highly recommended to ask in English. But for the team, you are highly requested to answer in English only. Thank you. And now your 15 minutes of Q&A session start.
Hi team, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, okay? The first one is about the macroeconomics section. Can you just open the slide? Yeah, macroeconomics. Yeah, because in the slide number 2, you mentioned that the government issue more cash. I didn't get it. So can you please help me understand more why the government had to issue more cash recently?
Yes, because the VND has depreciating, so that's why it leads the public it leads to increase the public debt, so that the government must issue more cash to solve this shortfall. Yes.
Yeah, because actually over the last few months, right? Because the USD appreciated, right? Then to support the VND, they have to issue treasury bills. They also had to sell USD to the market. So by doing that, they actually reducing the liquidity of the VND in the market, not issuing more cash to the market. The other way around.
Yeah.
Okay. That is the first thing. The second thing is about the industry analysis, right? You mentioned that the CAGR for milk consumption in Vietnam is about 10% from now to 2030, right?
2030.
The CAGR for milk consumption per capita.
Yep.
About 10%, right? So where is the source of the information? Because if you look at in later slide, right, you forecast that the revenue of Vinamilk is increasing about 3.2%. And Vinamilk is the largest company in the industry. It has more than like 50% market share, right? Yeah. So it means that Vinamilk is losing market share, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Why? Yeah.
Yep, Vinamilk is losing market share because they have fierce competition with THU milk at the current time, especially the sector of stable self milk, pasteurized milk. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just back to the first information first. If you mentioned the CAGR for the milk consumption is about 10% per annum, right? So where is the source of the information? Is this from your own analysis or from third party
Yeah, this is from third party. Yeah.
And are you confident about the forecast?
Can you
Are you
speak?
confident about the 10%?
Yep.
Okay, because if you talk to Vinamilk, right, they think that the industry now is just about like, in terms of volume, just about like 4 or 5% per annum, not 10% anymore. Okay, so I think like it's okay to use the information from third party, but you have to do like some more like research to get more confidence about that. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah, and in the company analysis and valuation, you mentioned about the input material price, but in the investment thesis, I didn't see that you mentioned about the input material price, because the price like it increased last year, and I think the first and the second quarter of this year, and after that like it decelerated, right?
Yep.
And it will be like, I think the key driver for Vinamilk profit like in the last quarter of this year, last year, and also in 2023 this year. But in the investment thesis section, I didn't see you mention about that.
Yeah, maybe we missed that part. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like we think that is just like the small thesis, because the sustainable of commodity price maybe just the short term. So we think that we will prioritize to put the other important catalyst in the slide, because we don't have like available time to present. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so I have several questions. Can you share with me what is the situation of the industry right now, and how is outlook into the future based on like 10% car that you represent on the slide? So what do you think the outlook for the company in the future, for the industry as a whole in the future? So that's the first question, and the second question is, I don't really see your assumption for Vinamilk for earning for Vinamilk in the future. So can you share with me about the profit margin for company in especially in 2023 or 2024, and that's the first assumption that's from your model, and maybe what in your opinion what is the strategy for company to grow their earning in the future? Yeah, that's my question.
So we think that the company, the milk industry will have the compounding growth rate from 10% from 2022 onward, because Vinamilk and like the other brands haven't. Most of the milk consumption is like from the youth, and we have to research that the geographic, like they mostly live in the rural area, and like we have the milk consumption is just approximately like 60 to 70% of population. So we assume that there are still the availability to develop the milk branch.
So about your assumption in the future?
The milk consumption.
About the profit margin for Vinamilk and next strategy for earning growth. Yeah.
Yep. Anh mở cái slide lại. So the revenue growth of Vinamilk, I think that they will be fueled first by the diversification of revenue. the expansion of Mộc Châu Mill, because Vinamilk have expanded to the north side of Vietnam, the M&A with Mộc Châu Mill, so they use the factories, the mill source, the Mộc Châu, the point of sale that Mộc Châu Mill already had, and so they just expanded with the resources of Vinamilk. And the second stream, I think that from the first is the foreign subsidiary, especially the Angkor Mill, because high expansion of point of sales of Angkor Mill and the plan in 2023 to joint venture with Del Monte Philippines. And we also, the export revenue will be recovered when China will export milk from Vinamilk again, and the export recover from Middle East country. And I think that there's possibility that Vinamilk to target the Asian market is possible. And in terms of the internal Vinamilk branches, which is 78% of total revenue, and I think that it will recover, and Vinamilk, they could maximize their market share, and they will the revenue will develop under the sustainable rate at I project that approximately 3.8% for the internal branch. Yeah.
I just have one quick question. Whether you expect the gross profit margin decrease in 2025 just after 3 years of increasing? Is the chart is correct, or if it's correct, what is the reason for the decreasing GPA in 2025?
Yeah.
What is the reason in your forecast?
Yeah. 5. Hả? Sao? Sao nhớ lại quá?
The first for this decreasing is either based on the pandemic, and actually the Vinamilk are contracts executed in the USD, so also is also contribution for this decrease. And although the Vinamilk, the meal is the necessary product in the pandemic, but the consumption is lack of, so it's contribute to this decrease. So I think so.
What's the reason for the GPA? Or it's just the type of the error in just the error?
Yeah. Yeah. Đúng rồi. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I have 2 more questions. The first one is that you project that Vinamilk will see a growth rate around 4%, right?
Terminal growth rate?
From the 2022 to 2025, we will see around 4 to 6% each year, right? The growth rate of Vinamilk itself.
The growth rate of Vinamilk
revenue.
The whole Vinamilk, or because I separate the revenue.
Separate Vinamilk.
You mean which one? Because
the purple line.
Yeah. The purple I forecast approximately 3%.
3%.
Yep.
So from the first slide, I saw that you make note that the dairy of Vietnam is increase about 10% in the next 10 years, right?
Yep.
So does that mean you project that Vinamilk is losing their market share?
Yep.
Do you have any explanation for why you make such assumption?
Yeah, because Vinamilk is under fierce competition with THU Mill and really big competitors of Vinamilk. You can see that we protect that THU Mill like they are the new brands. They couldn't reach the economy of scales, and their products like they cannot save the production cost, but like in the long run, when they reach the economy of scale, they have the low cost advantages like Vinamilk, so they can easily beat Vinamilk. And Vinamilk also be affected by the other milk companies like Nestle, and that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I saw that for the next year the gross profit margin is likely increase. So what is your assumption?
Which year?
2023.
Yeah, my assumption is first is the stabilize of the whole milk price. Also, Vinamilk, they independence in their fresh milk sourcing. They develop their farm in the north side, Mộc Châu Milk, in the south side, Tây Ninh, and they also develop several farms in Laos, Togo, and they also like reach economy of scale of their farm and their newly expand factories. So I think that the gross profit margin will increase to 46% in 2024-23.
Okay, so which means that your by recommendation is mostly from the recover of the gross profit margin, right? Because we saw that the sale volume is not very good, because I think that Vinamilk just keep losing their market share in Vietnam.
Yep, my catalyst is the improve of gross margin and like the improvement of revenue stream from foreign subsidiaries.
Okay.
Yep.
I have no further question.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of the Q&A sessions. Thank you, Team Shiba Capitals.
Thank you. Yeah.
And next, I would like to welcome Team TKN Investments. Okay. Okay, welcome Team TKN Investment to the stage. You guys will have 5 minutes to prepare for your slide. Okay. Your 15 minutes of presentation start now.
Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Khoi. I'm from TK Investment, and today we'll present our equity research report on HBG, Hoa Phat Group, a steel production company. Our report is based on the top-down method, so we'll cover 3 things. First, we'll cover the macro. Second, the industry that benefit from the macro story. And finally, we'll pick out the stock that has the most potential for investors to invest in. Let's get it. So, after a while researching, we've come with a conclusion that the world economy is getting hit and it's affecting Vietnam. With the key economic indicators of GDP growth show some negative signs since the first quarter of 2022 in the 2 major economies, the US and AU. The inflation rate in these 2 economies is also rising really high, with AU above 10% and US above 8% at peak. The other major economies that have a lot of effects in Vietnam are China, and they're still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. With all these negative signs, the central bank has to raise interest rate, and this directly impacts Vietnam exchange rate and the capital outflow from Vietnam. So how about Vietnam economy? Vietnam economy finished 2022 with a record high 8.02% in GDP growth. But at the same time, our CPI is also at a rather high number with 3.05 at the end of 2022. And it shows that inflation in Vietnam has some negative news. In addition, the credit tightening and the real estate market have been struggling recently. It's also adding the negative news into our economy. So in the foreseeable future, we see that Vietnam's economy going to enter a phase of downturn in the next few years. A little bit about our stock market. VN Index has reached the peak in April 2022, and since then it started to decline sharply. Besides from the macro environment that I've talked earlier, this event also added to the negative of VN Index. But there's some good news. Since the VN Index has always reflected earlier, we expect that the VN Index will turn around and reflect it earlier if the macro environment has some positive news. So what are those positive news? We pick out the two most important for investors to look at. First, the US Fed fund rate, and second, Vietnamese public investment. For the US Fed fund rate, we expect that in 2024, the Fed will start increasing their interest rate. And investors should carefully watch it. For the next, we'll have the public investment. I will explain it. Since in a scenario where the credit and bonds are tightening, the global demand has dropped significantly due to the slow GDP growth rate and the inflation. So we expect the government to take action. And I mean take action is to implement fiscal policy by disperse public investment. We have the public investment plan for 2023 is around 700 trillion, a 28.9% increase from 2022. And our target for this moment is 80% compared to above 70% in 2022. With the public investment, we expect that there are 4 mega infrastructure that Vietnam government will proceed. That's the North and South Expressway, the Long Thanh International Airport, and the 2 ring road in Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi. With this, we choose the construction material industry, since this will directly benefit from those investment. In those, we choose the steel. For the research into the steel industry, I have my teammate do it for me.
Thank you, Cole. So steel is our choice. And we have all known that the steel industry in Vietnam has just been through a really hard year due to the fall in demand and the unstable of the input prices. However, we believe that this current situation will be improved in the next year for several reasons. The first reason would be related to China. As you guys can see, China has always been the biggest steel consumer in the world, and 35% of those steel goes into the construction of real estate projects. However, in the last few years, this industry in China witnessed many difficulties when many companies went default and the sales of housing projects decreased significantly at 30%. However, thanks to the effort from the government, we believe that this industry will recover in the future, especially thanks to the 16-point property rescue package by the government, and as a result, will drive the completions and sales of property to increase, which is correlated to the steel demand in the world. Now, secondly, moving to the domestic demand for steel, currently, Vietnam's steel consumption per capita is 283 kilograms, which is lower than Asia average at 313 kilograms, and way lower than developed countries like Japan or Korea. However, we possess the second highest CAGR growth at 7.3%, which indicates a huge room for medium to long-term growth for the steel demand in Vietnam, especially when the government is setting the target to bring Vietnam become a developed country in 2050. Now, that's all about the demand side. Now, moving to the supply side, I would like to mention about the supply of raw material. In last year, most of the steel producers in Vietnam witnessed net loss, mainly due to the unusual high cost of goods sold. We found out that iron ore and coking coal account for 80% of the COGS, and as you can see, since the beginning of 2022, the coking coal price went double to $406 and then decreased 30%, and now it is pricing at $285 per ton. This is absolutely a positive signal for the steel producer in Vietnam, since they can enjoy higher net profit margins. Now, that's all of our industry outlook, and we once again want to emphasize that there are still many potential in the steel industry in Vietnam. The next question we need to answer is that, which company is the chosen one in this industry? And according to our research, we would like to recommend Ho Phát Group, which is HPG, for 3 reasons. The first reason is that it is the biggest player in the industry. Secondly, due to its strong financial foundation. And lastly, due to its potential in the future. Now, before all of that, I would like to give you guys some key information about this company. It was established in 1992, and after 30 years of expansion and innovation, it became the market leader in the steel production industry in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. One of our favorite thing about Hòa Phát Group is its leader. You can see right there, the BOD and the BOM hold 43% of the HBG share, which is a really large amount. This shows a fact that they are committed to the company. Moreover, many large investment funds in Vietnam, for example, Vina Capital or Dragon Capital, also hold a huge share in Hòa Phát Group. This shows the fact that they have faith in the development of this company. And we believe that this development is totally reasonable for 3 reasons. The first one would be that they own entire fully integrated production value chain. And by the value chain, I mean the process from mining raw material to the end product sold on the market. This could give them huge advantages over competitors to manage the variables in this industry, in this value chain, and also a wider product to create more selling strategy. Another factor contribute to the dominance of Hòa Phát in Vietnam is the technology. Currently, they are using the BOF technology, which is a technology that allows manufacturers to save input cost and Moreover, thanks to this technology, Hòa Phát can self-supply 85% of electricity needed for the production of steel. This will give them huge advantages over the competitors in pricing. Now, secondly, not only focus on the steelmaking process, they also have a really smart logistics strategy. They built a deep water port near the Dung Quất facility, which is the biggest steel factories that they are owning currently. And thanks to the accessibility of this port, they save up to 115 Vietnam dong per ton for every construction steel they produce. This, once again, would give them a huge advantages over the competitors in pricing. And since the context is that the steel industry is characterized as a pricing competition. Now, next up, my friend Thuận will tell you guys why we say that Hòa Phát has a strong financial foundation.
Well, thank you, Nguyen. So now we will move to the financial performance of HBG. And so Hòa Phát has remained higher than industry average return on equity even during its most difficult times. And so that's proved its efficient use of capital. And so therefore, we believe that although since the third quarter of 2021, the return on equity has consistently dropped, but we believe that it soon pick up in third quarter of 2023. And beside that, we also believe that Dung Quất 2 will increase the operating cash flow generated annually of Hòa Phát since after it finished in 2024. And moreover, we also see that Hòa Phát really know how to use the leverage when they keep the debt on equity ratio at very healthy level of 51% in 2023. And so, after gathering all supporting and challenging factors to the steel industry and the business activities of Hòa Phát, we have come up to a valuation and we issue a buy recommendation for Hòa Phát based on 2 key drivers. The first one is the domestic demand recovery from 2024, which has previously presented by my teammate, and the second driver was the Dung Quất 2 finishing. And so, with Dung Quất 2 mega project, we expect that it will get into fully operation from 2025, and it has the design capacity of 4.6 million of hot rolled coil and 1 million ton of construction steel. And beside that, Hòa Phát also invested in other 3 factories to upgrade existing factories and created more steel consumption, such as Hòa Phát Container Factory in Bà Rịa Vũng Tàu province. And this has like 3,700 billion Vietnam dong of investment and expect to get in fully operation in this year. And so as we all see, these are the group's determination to prepare for a new industry cycle and a big wave of public investment in Vietnam for the following years. So we are sure that Dung Quất 2 mega project and other initiatives will empower Hòa Phát ship's engine from 2024. So this is our assumption, and we will forecast the revenue, the cost of goods sold, and other segment of Hòa Phát. And with the steel segment revenue, we forecast the consuming and producing capacity using the design capacity and utilization rate, which usually above 75%, and the consumption rate, which usually is above the 98%. And then we forecast the selling price growth, which will decrease in 8% in 2023, and then recover due to the coming back degree in 2024. And so we could see that the revenue growth of Hòa Phát in the following years. And so with Hòa Phát, we use the discounted cash flow valuation method to calculate intrinsic value. And we use the WACC of 12%. And beside that, we also use the target PE forward to adjust the target price of HPG by the factor that the market points of view that based on the earning per share annually of Hòa Phát. And so after gathering all the factors and valuation, we issue a buy recommendation for HPG of 2-year target price is 25,000, presenting 40% of upside, and we issue a hold recommendation for one year target price of 20,000, presenting 11% of upside.
Well, so we all know about the potential gain of HPG, but in investment, there's always corresponding part of reward that is risk. So we'll pick out the 7 risks that we think an investor should be aware of when deciding to buy HPG and keep it in their portfolio. Of which we'll pick out the 3 main risks that we think will impact HPG the most. First is the raw material price volatility. As we presented earlier, if the raw material price gone up, it will impact HPG a lot. So we have 2 method to mitigate this risk. That is take derivatives and acquire material mines. The second part is the regulatory risk. So HPG is benefit from the trade agreement of Vietnam and other international partner. But in the future, it could be withdrawn. And the final is the dependent on silico industry. So the steel consumption is depend on other industry like construction and public investment. So if those 2 plans for 2 industry has something in problem, probably Hòa Phát will have impact too.
So with Hòa Phát dominant position in the steel industry and the strong financial foundation and the hit created by Yungbuk 2 mega project, we, TKN Investment, we issue a buy recommendation for HPG with the 2-year target price is 25,000, presenting 40% of upside. So, intelligent investor, we believe that HPG is an alpha choice of Vietnam in the following years. HPG, just steal it! Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you for your outstanding presentations. And now we will move on to the Q&A sessions. Please keep in mind that the judges are feel free to ask in Vietnamese, but you are highly recommended to ask in English. But for the contestant, you are highly requested to answer in English only, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it's really good.
Okay, so your 15 minutes of Q&A questions start now.
Yeah. So I have a quick question. You stressed that HPG have the advantage over all the players in the steel market is because they utilize the BOF versus the EAF. So can you share with me more about the advantage and the disadvantage between and BOF and EAF, and how is it, especially if you can share that, what's your talk that the BOF operation of HPG in the current situation would impact their income statement? Yeah, thank you.
Can we have a quick?
So the main difference between the BOF and the EAF technology is that the EAF use steel scrap and electricity to produce the steel, and the BOF use coking coal and iron ore. And the input cost for the EAF is much more expensive than using the BOF. One more thing is that the BOF technology can produce higher quality steel compared to the EAF. So one of the things I would like to know is that I would like you to notice that currently not many steel producer in Vietnam use the BOF technology because this technology requires a huge initial investment and a complex technique to operate it. So Hòa Phát is currently one of the very small business in Vietnam use this technology. So that's the answer for your first part.
Yes, but now you already share on the advantage of BOF over EAF, but I would like to know that any other
drawback?
Yeah, negative side usually utilize the BOF structure. Yeah.
So can we have 1 minute to discuss? So the main drawback of the BOF technology is the impact of this technique to the environment. It is more harmful to the environment. So yeah, that's the biggest drawback.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Jim. Thank you for the presentation. So my first question is about the public investment. If you look at the past few years, right, the public investment was always behind the expectation of the government. So why do you think that this year and in the following years they can accelerate the public investment?
So in the past year, I mean, like every year the disbursement rate is always under 100%. So in our presentation, we predict the disbursement rate of the public investment in 2023 will be around 80%. That's 80% of 700 trillion. So the reason why we're so confident that Vietnam can achieve that goal is, in the past 2 years, the COVID-19 has impact on the ability to do construction. And in 2022, specifically, the raw material price has gone up significantly. That the cement, the rock, construction rock. So in 2023, we expect those materials to drop down, and we'll no longer face a big risk of COVID-19 anymore. So we expect it to achieve 80%.
Right, thank you. My second question is about the industrial supply and demand, because Hòa Phát is working on the second phase of Dung Quất factory, right? How do you think about the supply and demand going forward? Is this enough demand in Vietnam and overseas for the new factory to run full capacity?
Yeah, thank you for your questions. Well, Dung Quất 2, mainly the products is mainly hot rolled coil, which is a product that in the Vietnam market, well, we're under supply. And like Hòa Phát and the second Formosa, they just only provide like 10 million of hot rolled coil, but there is still very room for the hot rolled coil demand in the future. And that's why Hòa Phát decide to increase the capacity of hot rolled coil in Dung Quất 2 recently. Yeah, because previously the construct steel is like 2 million, but now they only 1 million of construct steel and increase the hot rolled coil capacity. Yeah.
I would like to add one more point is that Hòa Phát is currently working to build a empty container factories, and the input material to build a container is the HRC, which is the main product of the Dung Quất Hai second phase. And the special thing is that the HRC that is required to construct a container is HRC is only produced by Hòa Phát, is able to produce by Hòa Phát in Vietnam, but not for Formosa or other company.
Right, thank you. My last question is about the investment recommendation, because your target price for 2024 is about 25,000 VND, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And the stock price today is about 20,000, and the upside is just about like 20-25%. But it seems that you guys still very excited about the stock. Would you still recommend to buy the stock today?
Well, why do we thank you for your questions. Why do we recommend like two investment strategy with different time horizon? That's because about timing factor. We timing that the 2023 would not be a year good for industry, steel industry. So that's why we recommend a buy recommendation for 2024 when the demand has recovered and the Yungwook 2 has been get into operation. So that's why. And this upside is based on the closing price of 18,000 VND at 30 December of 2022. So that's why we offer two recommendation.
Yeah, that's true. But if you look at the market valuation now, right? Yeah. And if you read newspapers, that people talking about the cheap valuation of the whole market at the moment. And for your stock, it's just about the upside is just about 25%. Is this worth for investors to buy the stock at the moment?
Okay, to be honest, I think that if an investor wants to pick a safe and have a really straightforward target price of 20,000, they should pick HBG. But in a bull market, like in a setup with a bull market, when talking about a steel industry, maybe you should pick Nam Kim or S Haseng for a upper limit. But to answer your questions, I think like the valuation at the market price of HBG right now as like 22x is a little bit overpriced, since the market has just had a deep pull down. So it's just, I think, in my opinion, it's just a small up bounce. So in the next few months, okay, we will not recommend HBG for investment, but in a time horizon of 1 year, when the market price will settle down like under 20, we should recommend investor to look at it.
So thank you. I just have one funny question. So when you do this homework about HBG, and did you buy the dip when the stock price reached like 12 or 13,000 per share for yourself? Because I myself believe share your view in the medium and long term prospect of HBG. But then in your personal investment, did you buy the dip when the share price dropped crazy
Okay, actually I buy it like at the 15x, and I sold.
Okay, congratulations. And just one more point, like when someone said about when the price of raw material increase will hit the HBG profit. It's not really always the case, because at the moment when the raw material like the iron ore in China or they start to recover, it's like a good sign for manufacturer like HBG, because it signal about the demand recovery of the industrial material like steel. The demand is recovered as well, so it's not really it's like the timing lagging for the profitability. It's not always like the raw material increase will hit the profit margin of the manufacturer immediately, and in the opposite, it will benefit in the beginning. Yeah, it's just like some the add-on for you.
Okay,
thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think your presentation is quite good. Could you please go back to the risk session? I would like to want to know your opinion about the dependence of Hòa Phát on the cyclical industry like real estate, because we all know that the real estate situation in Vietnam in 2023 will not be see a significant improve. So what will happen to HBG?
Domestic demand. Domestic demand.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. We agree that real estate industry, like from Vietnam or China, is it's struggling, and So that's why our key drivers is domestic demand recovery, because we believe that domestic demand will help Hòa Phát it's the main push to Hòa Phát demand. And also we have expect that the China real estate will recover since the fourth quarter of 2023 and started to recover strongly from 2024, and Vietnam also. Thank you.
Okay, so you think that Vietnam real estate market is likely to recover at the end of this year, right? So what is your projection on the sale of Hòa Phát for this year, like the selling price per ton or the volume?
Yeah, this is our forecast. We forecast that Hòa Phát still consumption will two over the steel revenue. Yeah, the selling price of the steel will decrease in 2023 and then recover from 2024. And about the consumption, we assume that Dung Quất 2 will get into fully operation from 2025, and then it's increase the consumption of hot rolled coil and the construction steel fully in 2026, and this means that in our valuation, in our forecast, the revenue of HPG will increase the most in 2026 and 2025. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I agree with you about the next complex of Hòa Phát in the next like 3 or 4 years. But I'm a little bit concerned about this year because we all know, I just mentioned that the real estate is not very good. So here you make utilization rate of Hòa Phát is around 72%. You know that Hòa Phát already shut down like 3 of their BOF factory, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think that Hòa Phát will reach the utilization rate around more like 70% for this year?
Yeah, thank you for your questions. And we have adjusted the factors of closing the BOF into our model, our valuation model, and that's directly to the workers' expense of Hòa Phát. We have adjusted that already in our model. And next one, we also know that recently Hòa Phát has reopened one of them, one of 4 that has been closed, and the expense of reopening each one is about like 40 billion Vietnam dong, and we have also adjusted in the expenses of Hòa Phát in the future.
And one last thing, I saw that the construction steel in 2024 is lower than 2023. Is it reasonable because you mentioned that the real estate market is likely to recover from the end of this year?
Yeah, that's why do the utilization rate, which is the producing, and the consumption rate of Hòa Phát of 2024 is lower than the 2023. That's because we forecast based on the finishing of Dung Quất 2 and others new factories. So the supply is new, and so it takes time to the market consume the demand from HPG. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of the Q&A sessions for Team TKN Investment. Thank you so much for your performance. Okay, so that is the 3 presentations of the 3 offline teams. And now we will move on to the 2 online teams, which are the team Just Do It and team Phú Ngãi. The online pitching sessions will be held via Teams, so please be noted that if there are any internet disruptions, they will be counted to the pitching time in order to keep the timeline of the event. Okay. The team Just Do It, can you please turn on your camera? Okay. Now you can share your slide. Can you all hear me well? Please turn on your mic if you can hear me well. Can you please say something so that we can make sure your mic is hearable?
Can you hear us now?
Okay. And now you can share your slide, please. Okay, so now we can see on your, we can see you on the screen, but we cannot see your slide yet. Okay. Okay. Are you ready?
It is okay. We will present, take turn to present so that you only can see one of us at a time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So your 15 minutes of presentation start now.
Hello everyone, we are Just Do It. And in this final round, we will analyze the Huafa stock, ticker symbol HBG, a multi-sectoral industrial group, with a deeper insights whether we should invest in this stock for the next 1 to 3 years or not. And I'm very proud to introduce to you my team members. I'm Nguyễn Thị Minh Phương and Trần Hậu My An and Trần Phương Thảo. Welcome to our presentation. The contents will be discussed in the following order. First of all will be the macroeconomic and industrial context. The second part will be some analysis of the company according to financial statements. And in the third part, there will be some recommendations and valuation methods. And last, we will conclude all of our suggestions and findings. Let's get started with the first part, macroeconomics and industrial analysis, presented by Trần Phương Thảo. So moving on to macroeconomic and industrial analysis. First, about industry overview, Hòa Phát is one of the 5 largest enterprises by market capitalization. In the billet segment, the 2 leading players in billet output are Formosa Hà Tĩnh and Hòa Phát. Nearly 74% of Hòa Phát of Formosa billet consumptions is to produce hot rolled coil, while Hòa Phát use billet mainly to produce construction steel and steel pipes. With the steel pipe segment, Hòa Phát also leads with 31.1% market share. And as you can see, main product lines of Hòa Phát are galvanized steel pipes, flat steel pipes, and etc. About steel production and market status, we all know that steel industry is one of the essential industries for development of any community. There are 2 main production methods, which are BOF furnace and EAF furnace. And about the market status, the situation of oversupplies in Vietnam steel industry will be upset, and that is a good sign for steel industry, especially in the context of trade agreements. US-China trade war and special military campaign in Russia and Ukraine. So, for competitive positioning, we use the Porter's 5 forces analysis. So first, pressure from suppliers is moderate. Pressure from customers is medium to high, because the pressure from individual customers is not great, because they do not have much information about product quality as well as the ability to negotiate low prices. On the other hand, corporate customers put great pressure, because by having a lot of information, they often have ability to negotiate prices. And third, competitive pressure from potential competitors is very high, Why we say that? Because due to the policy of attracting investment capital of the state and the lax regulations of Vietnam, it will increase the number of enterprises in the industry and increase the volumes of products as well as the competitiveness of the industry. And fourth, competitive pressure from substitute products is not high. So we won't mention that. And last, competition among construction steel manufacturing enterprises is increasingly fierce because the competition between enterprises is getting bigger, reflected in the increasing number of companies, and especially companies with large capacity that are about to be established. So we predict some possible changes in the future. And the near-term of realty market, the future of real estate in Vietnam was looking brighter as the government had recently instructed relevant ministries and local authorities to remove legal obstacles and create smoother cash flow in the sector. And also, in the future, there will be also potential for exports. For the steel market, it will be stimulus from governments, enterprises, as well as export activities. And enterprises will have some expectations in the future, like as you can see in the screen, on the screen. And also recently, Hòa Phát signed its first deal to sell 1,000 tons of steel wire rod to Europe. And with this order from Europe, Hòa Phát long steel products are now available from all 5 continents. Moving on to company analysis, my teammate Mian will present it.
So let's look at the background of Hòa Phát. Hòa Phát is Vietnam's largest industrial manufacturing group. Since 1992, Hòa Phát has rapidly grown its business, comprised of 5 segments. Steel manufacturing is the backbone of the corporate, providing the 9% of its sales and profits. Since 2007, Hòa Phát has been legally listed on the stock exchange under the ticker symbol HPG. With the vision, Hòa Phát wants to become an industrial manufacturer with top quality in the steel sectors. Hòa Phát mission is to provide leading products, contribute to the improving living standard, and gain customer trust. By 2025, Hòa Phát wants to be one of the 30 largest steel enterprises in all around the world. With a business philosophy of harmony for joint development, Hòa Phát commits with its CSR, ensures the harmony between the stakeholder interests and sustainable growth. Moving on, and also in the shadow structure, nearly 3/4 of the company is owned by the domestic shareholders, and the rest are foreign ones. Moving on to the next section, Phương and I will analyze the finance statement of Hòa Phát. So, compared to the same period last year, the revenue increased almost 11 trillion Vietnam dong, while the profit after tax considerably increased by 360%. After 2 quarters, the equities increased nearly 8 trillion Vietnam dong. In the 3rd quarter of 2022, Hòa Phát total assets rose 3%, where almost 2/5 of it is fixed assets, while inventory accounts for 24%. In the global context, in September 2022, Fed raised interest rates for the 5th time in a row in order to control the very high inflation in the US. Though there's a long lag in Vietnam's credit market, the interest rate have increased 70%. And besides, the exchange rate was the main reason why the Hòa Phát finance expense increased these quarters. The total net exchange rate difference loss is increased is increased 1,013 billion Vietnam dongs. However, in difficult conditions and unpredictable factors, Hòa Phát focused on keeping consumption and strictly manage costs. Inventory has decreased sharply by 13,537 billion dong. Length of inventory turnover cycle were significantly shortened 46 days, as you can see in the chart. The raw material rotation decreased to the shortage level of 62 days. And so that Hòa Phát focus on the market that still have room. When the US, Europe, and China have low demand, the company focus on exploit other markets least affected by inflation and economic downturn, such as Southeast Asia and other countries in Asia. So now to continue the financial analysis, I will introduce my teammate Phương, who will continue it.
Okay, so the revenue decreased by 11.8% year-over-year compared to the same period last year. The cost of goods sold increased by 23.5%, and the financial expenses increased by 2.4 times. These two reasons is the main factors that affect HPG EAT the most. The coal price put into production in the third quarter is imported from the second quarter in 2022. That is the reason why the COGS, which stands for the cost of goods sold, is in the third quarter was quite high, right? And we expect that the gross profit margin will be improved in the fourth quarter as the price may fall. The inventory stocks will increase. This exchange rate heavily affects the company financial expense, and the interest expense is also the reason why the company is quite struggling at the moment. The net financial debt on equity ratio is at a safe level of 27.1%, and HPG interest expense in the short term, from the fourth quarter of 2022 to the next two quarters of 2023, was still at risk of increasing. The net financial debt still safe, right? And the current ratio, we use the current assets divided to the current liabilities, is 1.33%, which is a good one. PB will be approximately 1 at a low level, so we assume that the stock is very cheap right now and attractive to buy. So just to summarize all of our investment points, HPG holds the #1 position in Vietnam in the construction steel and steel pipe market share. And by 2022, the production will reach 8.5 million tons for the very first time. And the construction steel occupy for 36.4% and 29% of market share respectively in Vietnam. Let's move to the recommendation and valuation. So we forecast that the target price will be 27,000 per share as steel price will fall, and the forecast of net revenue and profit after tax will be 46,023 billion Vietnam dong. And the economy in the next 1 to 3 years, the time that we want to invest, will soon recover when entering a new cycle. Some investment drivers we would like to mention. The blast furnace of #4 of Dung Quất Steel Complex is about to work into operation, and the company have very good competitiveness in the world market. Together with operating interest rate will increase and the healthy financial structure with the recovery from the world steel price, then it's pretty safe to invest in HPG right now. However, there is still some risks of the improved material prices were still quite high, and the exchange rate is still hitting the company financial expenses. Together with the global economic recessions with inflations of the USD and all of the US allies with anti-dumping tax and export activities obstacles. Let's move to valuation methodology. So we use the EPS and PE. This is the report that we collected data from the third quarter of 2021. And we use the closing price of the 10th of January this year, which is 19.8. And PE will be approximately 2.76. We target the PE of next year will be 8.5, according to the 10-year DCF valuation model. And the future, our forward PE of HBG will be approximately 6.1. We also calculate the BVPS, book value per stock, and total number of outstanding shares at the moment. We have the BVPS of around like 16,764, and the PB, we still use the closing price that we mentioned before, like 19.8, which is 1.18. So, in conclusion, we would like to highly recommend you to buy HBG, as we assume this stock positive with attractive PE and the opportunity to buy at the low prices right now. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentations. And now it's a Q&A sessions. You guys will have 15 minutes to answer. And please notice that the judges are allowed to ask in Vietnamese, but they are highly recommended to ask in English. But for the team, you are highly requested to answer only in English. Thank you. And your 15 minutes start now.
So I have the same question with the reverse team. So, yeah, we do share the view on the medium and long term outlook for HBG. But did you buy the dip when the share price plunged in like November, in the end of November yourself? Do you hear me well?
You would like to ask about the steel price at the end of November last year?
No, I'm asking about your investment action. Like, we do share the view on the HBG outlook in the long term, or in the medium and long term. But like, yeah, your valuation like 27,000 per share, right? And so, did you buy the dip when the stock price reached like 12 or 13,000 in like the reverse month? So back to that time, the upside of the stock is like 100%. So did you buy it? Do you get it? Okay, so okay. Move to another question. Just move to another question. So, about one of the first you mentioned about the material price, right? When it will hit the margin of the company. So I just repeat what I said to the reverse team who presenting the HBG case as well. So for this case, for the case of HBG, when in the beginning when the raw material price start to recover, the manufacturer like HBG is the one who will be benefited, not like the one will be hit, because they have their low cost inventory. And the bounce back of the raw material price also signal the recovery in demand for the steel bar or the other construction material. Just my my feedback for your homework on HBG. It's not the question. It's just my comment. It's okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I didn't really see your forecast slide. I'm not sure whether I'm missing it. So I just have some question on the earning growth that you set for 2023 for HBG and your core assumption on that. And yeah, so that's the first question.
Trả lời còn ông nào không? Hay bây giờ mà phải
Excuse me, Steam, just do it. Can you hear me well? You only have 10 minutes
Yes,
to
but
answer.
well, it was quite small.
So you couldn't hear any questions, right?
Okay, so you need me to...
I hear some questions about the steel price of the end of November last year.
Sorry, can you...
The raw material increase and the assumption about the 2023 forecast.
So do you need to repeat about the questions?
Okay, so actually, what is the earning growth for 2023 and what is your key assumptions?
Can you please answer? Hi, Phương, can you hear me well?
Yes, organizers.
Can you please answer the questions?
So for the first question, that we don't buy the HPG when it's increase the price because we have invest in DIG. That we think that it's a potential to increase what price have a sharp decrease in short term. So this first answer for the first question.
Sorry, but maybe I missed your answer. But so actually, what is your earning for 2023? The absolute number.
Your earning for 2023. What do you mean by the earning? The earning of the company?
Yes, right.
Or
earning of the company.
so maybe you have missed our forecast. We forecast that the net revenue and profit after tax will be around like more than 40,000 billion Vietnam dong. And 10,000 billion for the profit after tax.
Okay, thank you.
We believe that the net revenue and profit after tax will increase as the economy will soon recover in the next 1 to 3 years when it's entering a new cycle.
Yes, thank you for your answers.
Hi team, thank you for the presentation. In the presentation, you mentioned that your ticket price for SPG is about 27,000 VND, right? Can you please elaborate
Yes.
a little bit more? How did you come up with the valuation?
So we have used the method of calculating the EPS and PE. We target the PE in the next year will be 825, and according to the 10-year DCF valuation model, and we forecast that the PE will be approximately 6.1.
Okay. And you applied the PE of 6.1, right? Okay.
Yes.
And on earnings in which year? In next year earning, or because you just mentioned that the forward earnings in this year, 2023, is about 10,000 VND, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then if you apply the PE multiple of 6.1 times, then you have the market cap of about 61,000 VND.
Yes.
And that will not translate to the target price of 27,000 VND. Because I saw that in your presentation you used the EBS in 2021. Can you just go back?
At the time that we had to prepare this report, it was 2022. We haven't got enough information to calculate the EPS of 2022. So that's why we used the data of the year before.
Right, got you. But just my comment, okay? Because investment is all about the future, right? Then I think for the target price, you have to look at the future, okay? Not the past. Because earnings in the future might not be like the same as in the past. Okay, just the comment. Oh.
Thank you.
No problem. And you mentioned that you did the 10 years forecast, earnings forecast for SBG, right? Can you please give us like some key indicators, for example, the CAGR of revenue and the CAGR of net profit in the next 5 years? The CAGR is the average growth.
Well, we have, like in our presentation, we have provided you with all of our analysis and findings. And we understand that we're still on the way of learning how to analyze and become financial analysts in the future. So definitely there may be some flaws that we haven't covered yet. So we really hope that we will use your comments to improve our understanding as well as analysis in the future. And well, to be really honest, we're just like first-year student, and this is our very first semester at RMIT University.
All right, all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Give it up. Okay, I'm done.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for all of your comments and recommendations.
Is there any further questions from the board of churches? Okay, so there's no more questions. So your Q&A sessions is ended. Thank you for your presentations. And please stay in this room.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And moving on will be the last team, Team Phú Ngãi. Hi, Team Phú Ngãi, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, welcome to your
Yes.
presentations. Are you guys ready? Okay, please share your slide, please.
Everyone see the slide well?
Okay, we can see it clearly. Okay, so your 15 minutes of pitching start now.
Okay, hello, my dear investor. As you know, logistics is expected to be one of the growing trends for the next 5 years in HR, marketing, on a lot of other fields. Many individuals foresee long-term potential in this category, and they believe that it's really lucrative. And they believe it's really lucrative because for many reasons. But is this true for our investor to own stock in this category in this period? I mean, the beginning of economic recession. To make it clear, Phung actually a relative representative to show our opinion that we have to face the fact that the logistics have big at 2020 and 2021 had end. And our analysis is about VConship with a trading name VSC. And our recommendation for this stock is to sell at a target price 22,578 for three big reasons on the slide you can see. So move forward to the macroeconomy. 2022 is the starting year of the economic recession, in which there are downward change for many sectors. Vietnam is not an exception. Vietnam Purchase Management Index remained over 50 for the first 10 months, ranging from 50.6 to 54.7 until November 2022. It gets to the bottom at the point 46.4 in December of 2022 because the demand is generally weak, and especially in several key export markets including like China, European Union, and United States. The weak demand has led to decline in the new export order. Moreover, domestic demand dropped brutally due to the more careful shopping behavior from our customer because of financial burden. Low demand that is not really favorable for manufacturing to export, or less effort to import raw material to meet the domestic need. That's led to decline in logistics sector. The second, during COVID-19 period, Vietnam logistic infrastructure is invested to develop significantly to provide huge storage for the globe and fix the broken bridge created by China. All the achievements go with some key conditions you can see below. First thing is government enact two objectives at the same time, developing the economy and the pandemic prevention at the same time. FTA are activated more and more effectively. In the board you can see on the slide, and production shift from China is also one key condition. Finally, Vietnam benefit very well from e-commerce and e-logistic adaptation. However, you can see that two future FTA and new technology cannot say the whole scenario. Vietnam export turnover is based a lot on China government, and Vietnam has gained a big profit, an increase of 22 billion USD FDI when China enacts zero COVID policy, thanks to the production shift. So we need to think about two aspects. What is the opportunity you can see on this slide, but China will recover its economy strongly through policy and promotion to attract new customers and call back its old one. And the government will support this sector to reach the most competitive price. With their favorable position and nearest to Vietnam, those must be a big problem Vietnam has to deal with. So what does VSC have to deal with in the above macro context, or make a jump in the sector? Thảo Văn, please.
VConship was officially established in 1985, and the company officially listed on the stock market with the code VSC in 2008. Over the 30 years of development, VConship is one of the leading seaport operator and service provider in the professional logistics supply chain in Vietnam with tremendous and Hải Phòng Port. About the shareholder structure, VSC major shareholder together divested, causes many shareholders fluctuation. Selfie and Sell Apple reduced their ownership rate in VSC to 4.5% and 5% respectively in 2022. Their logistics enterprise with core business of C5 forwarding and warehousing service. We believe that this moment will reduce the competitive advantages in port operation of VSC. The executive board selected Mr. Vikhar to hold the position of chairman. The member of the executive board are highly qualified and highly independent with very low ownership. However, VSC has continuously changed member of the executive board many times, which raised the concern about the company governance. Currently, the company's revenue and pre-tax profit structure mostly come from two activities. First is seaport service, and second is warehousing and storage activity. VSC mainly operate on two sides of Bạch Đằng Bridge in Hải Phòng, Green Park in the upstream area, and VIB Green Park has a convenient location downstream. Green Park is one of the oldest and stable park in the upstream region with an average efficient of 90% in the last 5 years. In 2020, due to the COVID-19, operating performance declined by nearly 12%. With the forecast of a strong economic recession in 2023, fire competitive pressure and disadvantage of location, it is expected to reduce performance in the long term. About VIB Green Park with convenient downstream location had a lot of foreign customer files such as Evergreen, Costco, and combined the e-port service system. VIB Green Park has become the main growth driver of VSC. However, the great competitive pressure from the newly established parks such as Nam Dinh Vũ, SICT Park, MIBEC can make the performance of VIB Green Park slow down. About the warehousing activity, VSC currently owns 5 container yards, including Green Park Depot, VIB Green Park Depot, GIC, GLC, and Da Nang Depot, with geographical location is affordable for Greenwich House, which is supporting for business activity. For the company, besides, VSC also had 2 CFS warehouse which have CAGR of 12% after 5 years of operation.
Together with Green Park VIP, according to Firefox model, Phú Ngãi determined that we can achieve competitive advantage at a logistic company in Hải Phòng due to its prestigious and long-run operation. The main reason is the logistics take a long time and waste a lot of money to invest, and the legal process is quite complex, that making the higher barrier for the new entrant. However, the existence of the big port or the price sensitive or client will have a big impact on the company growth in the recession periods, and the strong competition as China can come back soon. And investors are urged to pay special attention to competitive activity and variables that have direct impact on the cost of company grab services.
About the financial analysis, about the revenue, with the revenue in 2016, VIB Green Park officially come into business. This activity generates impressive business results with strong growth in revenue. However, VSC revenue in 2020 decreased by 5.8% compared to the previous year due to 3 reasons. First is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The second is the strange schedule change cycle. And the last is the lack of container has a negative impact on the import and export activity. In 2021, VSC revenue has grown up 12% thanks to cargo through the seaport in Hải Phòng maintain growth, and the pressure of stock shifting at VIB Green Park is not much. Despite the outstanding growth in revenue, VSC profit margin declined slightly in the period 2016 and 2019 for the following reason. First is the cost of goods sold increased slightly due to the fire fire competition in Haiphong Port area. The second is this depreciation and interest expenses had increased dramatically since VIB Green Port officially went into business, and the last is outsourcing cost increased sharply due to the customer change in vessel size and schedule change. Sustained from 2020, profit margin result has improved into the company investment, better cost control, and no other usual expenses. However, we believe that the flight rate will slow down and tend to decrease, will reduce the profit margin. Also, VSC has a healthy financial structure with a large cash stock and positive cash flow from operating activity and tend to increase over the year. In 2021, VSC promote M&A activity, but do not bring many positive results when VIMC Den Vũ project is expected to lose 24 billion in 2023. Completing loan repayment, VSC is more proactive in finance since 2016, VSC ROE is more than 3%. The main reasons come from first is the actively paying the principal over the year, reduce the financial leverage ratio. The second is net profit margin decline due to the incident, and that result in many other unexpected expenses. We can see VSC asset and equity structure is become more and more solid. Total debt tends to decrease over the year, helping the company's company capital structure become healthy, strong, and create more opportunity to invest in the new project.
So, from the highlights we mentioned, we set a long-term target price for Beacon Ship 22,570 ADND, a decrease of 22.4% from the market price of January 10, 2023. This result is the average of the two prices determined by FCFF method and industry average PE at a ratio of 50/50. Based on the research, we have selected 10 choice stock companies operating in transportation and seaboard services for comparison. These companies are all companies with large charter capital or are directly related to Beacon Ship's activity. We do estimate the industry average PE of 8.4 times, equivalent to 24,600 VND. Our data show that Beacon Ship is a representative of this industry, which leads to further assumptions for the firm's free cash flow approach. We analyze Beacon Ship's revenue by each segment of loading and unloading, seaboard services, and logistics, in which we assume the forecast of Beacon Ship's business results through the performance of each port, Greenport, BRB Greenport, and other ports. From the figure that reflect the expectation of revenue growth and stable cash flow in the period 2022 to 2025, we estimate a target price of 22,500 VND. Using FCFF, down 25.9% compared to the price of January 10. After researching, we have found 5 risks that directly affect company business on the slide and some suggested solutions to deal with. COVID-19 and competition in Haiphong Port are not new risks. We do believe Beacon Ship can continue to develop infrastructure, build with reasonable price strategy, and close relationship with clients. Traffic jams are expected to appear with low probability, which can be solved by e-port adoption. In the context of the Russia-Ukraine war with no end, the global inflation index increase, and the risk of recession in many countries will lead to the tightening of people and government spending. We believe that VSC's current business strategy will help the company maintain its competitive position. We expect the impact to be insignificant because of the large market space, although it may lead to a decrease in short-term revenue. When the zero COVID policy is cancelled, China's seaport will return to their original capacity. VSC needs to maintain its geographical business advantage, continue to upgrade facilities, and have preferential construction policy to maintain the number of visitors. Also, expect favorable support from the government to sign new FTAs, create new relationships to increase customers to the port, and enact policy to ease the financial burden for the port.
However, our solution just solve partly these problems, and these risks still occur with a high probability and affect directly to the company a lot. From this analysis, we believe that the global and Vietnam economy show negative side. Moreover, the expectation for Vietcom's chip projects are low, and China's zero COVID policy cancel create more favorable condition for global logistics. However, it also make the logistic market more competitive for Vietnam. Phú Ngãi can confirm independently that our recommendation for this stock is to sell due to the low expectation to gain profit for the short termism and neutral one for the long termism to refer. With a target price of 22,578 VND. This is the end of our presentation. Again, we are Phú Ngãi. We're going to stop at Phú Yên and Quảng Ngãi. We answer the clock. Thank you for listening and take any question with us.
Thank you so much for your presentations. And next, we will move on to the Q&A sections. You guys will have 15 minutes to answer. And to be noticed, the Board of Churches will be free to ask you in Vietnamese, but they are highly recommended to ask in English. However, you are required to only answer in English, okay? Thank you. So your 15 minutes start now.
Hi team, thank you for the presentation. Just one question about your screening process. Because in your presentation, right, you mentioned that the outlook for the company is not really solid, right? And it doesn't have like solid competitive advantages in the area. And you also mentioned that the company has a governance issue. I don't know why, like, based on those information and your like analysis, I don't know why you spend time to analyze this company further and also value the company, because like we don't have short sale structure in Vietnam, right? Then why don't you just spend time to like find like more attractive investment opportunities out there in the market and recommend to investors? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. First for the screening process. Như nó bị vang, mọi người có thể tắt.
Can you hear us
Okay.
well? Okay.
Yes. Okay, for the screening process, we decide to invest more in logistics sector because it looked really lucrative and expect it to be a hot trend in next 5 years for many news, for HR, marketing, many things. They expect that logistics must be a hot trend for this, but it is true it's really suitable for invest. In the next time, we really confused about that and want to make an analysis to define more about this problem. Moreover, for the logistic sector, we have to bid the name like German Debt, but we choose to we choose VSC because German Debt have a lot of investment from the foreign. We want to have more insight about the national domestic company. So that are about the screening process.
Okay, thank you, Tim. My second question is about the financial projection. Do you have your financial projection for the following years here? Because I didn't see it in your presentation.
Hi team, can you hear the questions well?
Or if you don't have it, let's just give it some more information about how did you forecast the revenue and profit of the company in next 5 years?
Hi team, currently we cannot hear your answers.
Thì mình bị mất slide. Với lại bên ban tổ chức hình như còn để mic nên nó bị bay. Xíu.
Okay team. Because the organizer turned off your share screen. Can you please continue to answer your questions?
Yeah, I think you don't have to show the slide. Just tell us how did you forecast the revenue and profit of the company?
Team, can you please turn on the mic and answer the questions? We couldn't hear you. Notice that the time is still counting, so please use this time to answer the questions clearly.
Or you want to answer later, then we can move to the next question. Thank you, Tim.
I would like to clarify, you got the technical issues, or like you cannot like answer the reverse question, because like I don't want to like just ask the question and then you still got the technical issue, so it's still no point there. So it's any
So
okay, got any technical
you can
issue?
just move to the next question.
Okay,
please.
okay. So reversely, I heard about like you said you kind of concerned of that China reopening story will like increase the competition for Vietnam export, right? Is it what you expect, right, for 2023? Right? Is it right? So, okay. So, what do you think that? Because like from my point of view, like there are a lot of the FDI's players in China. They set the plan, like the medium and long term plan, to shift their production out of China, especially like the shifting has speeded up, especially after the COVID-19 happened. So that's from my point of view. Is that kind of medium and long term plan? So the increased competition from China for Vietnam export outlook is not kind of really like it's not hard as you expected. So what is the reason you think you have that thinking in mind?
Yes, thank you for your question. So first about why we judge China as a strong competitor for this, because from the relationship is moved to Vietnam, it's just a little part of China. Many foreign investors choose to diversify their supplier. Does not mean they just focus on Vietnam investment. So that in Vietnam just account for just a small part of from China production chip. Secondly is China government will use their political powers, or they have many new assignment for free trade to develop, to recover their finance and their economy. So that will push a lot of money for this, and they will support the logistics sector to decrease the price of the services. So that we think about to just China is strong competitor for this.
I see your point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I don't have much question. Usually I don't make comment on the report of anyone, but I think you may be a little bit pessimistic about VSC prospect for next few years. From my point of view, I think that maybe you have very not good experience with the stock or not. But although I like your view on the corporate governance in the first slide, I think it's quite interesting. But for me, I think that you make a projection for net revenue, for net income for next 5 years around 2%. I just make some recommend about your valuation or your projection. Maybe you just based on the current situation of the VCs, mean that they already full the capacity, right? But you should know that in the next few years, they already plan to expand their business by M&A, as you just mentioned on your presentation. So in the projection of the net revenue or your net income, you should bring that up to make a clearer picture of the company. It's just not based on the historical number. So that's my comment on your presentation.
Yes. Thank you for your question. And do we have any time for more questions?
You guys have 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, we still have time. I just have one follow-up questions on Gemadep, because you mentioned that you screened the industry and you decided not to go further with Gemadep. Could you please elaborate a little bit more why?
When we choose the call to analyze based on the majority of my teammates international economists, we consider to cost a tremendous in VSC. When we research, we find that VSC is a dominant companies in Germany is a foreign associated company. So so my team decided to choose VSC because we want to know more about the company of our country instead of research and we want to know more about the company of my country and present about it to everyone. Yeah, that's the reasons why our team to VSC instead of Germany.
It's good that you love Vietnam, okay? But I don't know why you concluded that Gemadep is a foreign associated company, because I think it's a Vietnamese company.
When I see the ownership rate, we see that in Germany, ownership rate, we see a lot of foreign trade investor. Let me remember. It's account for 49% of foreign trade investor. So yes, we can.
Yeah, got you. I think
That's the
it's-
reason why we.
Yeah, it's still a Vietnamese
we
company,
can-
just like
Yeah.
Vinamilk or like other companies, right? They for investors like those companies, and they bought the shares, they bought the stocks, and yeah, they just have the higher ownership, like foreign ownership in those companies. I think it's still very poorly Vietnamese company. All right, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, my team still have one question not answered. US, my team about how we can forecast the
Excuse me,
the
team.
revenue.
However, your Q&A session's time is ended. So,
Thank you.
unfortunately, yeah. Okay, thank you so much for your presentations. And that will be the last presentations for today. Okay. Once again, thank you so much for the 5 teams for such an in-depth analysis. And let's give us our top finalists a last round of applause. Okay. And now I guess that you guys are feeling a little bit tired now. So our organizing team has prepared some food and drinks for you to recharge your energies. So we will have 30 minutes for tea break in the room 2106. As you can see on the slide. Here, so we are at room 2105, and your tea break room will be on the opposite here. Please notice that you only have 30 minutes for a tea break while waiting for the judge to mark. And also, please be prepared that since the auditor rooms will be closed in the next 5 minutes, so please follow the guidance from our supporters to your tea break. Thank you, and see you guys in the next 30 minutes. This game is for you to test about your knowledge about our competitions. So, the winner of this mini game will receive a backpack and a notebook from Smart Train. So later on, I will have one questions, and the winners who answer and raise your hand the quickest will have the chance to answer the questions. Okay? Okay, so the question is on the screen. How much is the total price value of IIC 2022? Anyone have any idea? The contestants feel free to answer it as well. On the count from 1 to 3, the fastest one who raises their hand first will have the chance to answer, okay? So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see this guy. Okay. Can you give me the answer, please?
Is it 1,700,000 million? 700.
Which currency?
In VND.
Congratulations! Just to clarify. Thank you so much. Okay, so can you please come up the stage to receive your prize? Excuse me, can you come up the stage? Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for participating in this mini game. Take a picture. And thank you so much, and please welcome back to your seat. And moving on, I would like to invite Nguyễn Quốc Anh, the project leader of IIC 2022, to have some sharing with you guys.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How's it going? After the tea break, quite refreshing, huh? Okay, so thank you everyone for participating with us today. Thank you 5 teams for your outstanding performances. And of course, thank you the judges for your dedication. Thank you the mentor and the trainers for your trainings. Yeah, and of course, thank you all the members, all the organizers, our Believe team leaders. Thank you for being together for almost 5 months. This is really a memorable journey for me, and of course I think it is for you guys too, and I think I will never forget about these memories. And yeah, for the 5 teams, the winner of the IIC 2022 is about going to be announced soon, and IIC 2020 is officially coming to the end. And I would let you know that I know that you 5 teams have done a really good job today, and be proud by yourself. And I also like a sentence that say life is an adventure, not a destination. So whether the result may be today, I hope that you will keep your fire, keep going, and follow your dreams. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ang, for your sharing. And next, I would like to remind about the prize structures. For the champion team, they will get the chance to choose between the scholarship from Smart Train and AppTech. From Smart Train, they will receive 3 scholarships value more than 24 million VND for each CFA 3 level courses, and 3 scholarships value more than 58 million VND for each ACCA courses. And from AppTech, they will receive 3 scholarships value more than 46 million for each 2.5 year software engineering courses, and 3 scholarships value more than 34 million VND for each 2 years data science AI courses. And the champion team will also bring back home 3 airport bros and a voucher of 2 million from Got It, and a one-on-one mentoring partnership and consultations with the RMT Career Mentoring Department, and 2 hours of networking with the mentors in the finance industry about the career path. And they also receive a 2-hour workshop on CV, mock interview, LinkedIn, portfolio, etc. from the Career Mentoring, RMT Career Mentoring Department. The team will also receive the special IIC merchandise, e-certificate, trophy award, and prize board. And for the first runner-up will also get to choose between the scholarship from Smart Train and Aptech. For Smart Train, they will receive 3 scholarships values more than 21 million VND for each CFA 3-level courses, and 3 scholarships value more than 52 million for each ACCA courses. And from Aptech, they will receive 3 scholarships value more than 33 million for each 1 year of software engineering courses, and 3 scholarships value more than 23 million for each 1 year data science and AI courses. The first runner also bring back home 3 Sony headphones and a voucher of 1.8 million from Got It, a 2 hour of networking with a mentor in finance industry about the career path, a 2 hour workshop on CV, mock interview, LinkedIn portfolio, etc. from the RMT career mentoring department. They will also receive other special IIC merchandise, e-certificate, and prize award. The second runner-up will get to choose between the scholarship from Smart Train and Aptech as well. From Smart Train, they will receive 3 scholarships value more than 21 million for each CFA 3-level courses, and 3 scholarships value more than 52 million VND for each ACCA courses. And from Aptech, they will receive 3 scholarships value more than 13 million VND for each 6 months of software engineering courses, and 3 scholarships value more than 11 million VND for each 6 months of data science and AI courses. They will also receive 3 senior HD 250 BT and a voucher of 1 million from Got It, a 2 hour of networking with the mentors in the finance industry about the career path, a 2 hour of workshop on the CV, mock interview, LinkedIn portfolio, etc. from the RMT career mentoring department, and also receive other special IIC merchandise, e-certificate, and the prize board. And finally, there are also 2 consolations prize, and you will get to choose between the scholarship for Smart Train and Aptech as well. For Smart Train, they will receive 6 scholarships value more than 18 million for each CFA 3-level courses, 6 scholarships value more than 47 million for each ACCA courses. And for Aptech, there will be 6 scholarships value more than 30 million VND for 6 months of software engineering courses, and 6 scholarships value more than 11 million VND for each 6 months of data science and AI courses. They will also receive 2 hours of networking with the mentors in the finance industry about their career path, and a 2 hour workshop on CV, mock interview, LinkedIn portfolio, etc. from the RMT career mentoring department. They also receive e-certificate and the prize board. So that is all about the prize structures. And now is the most expected part for today, which is the result announcements. So, first, this will be the announcement of the 2 consolidations team. Sorry, we have some issues. I will come back to you later. Okay, so for the first one who received the consolation prize, please give a big congratulations to team. Just do it, and the second team will be team Phú Ngãi. Congratulations for your amazing performance. Okay. Okay. And now, please, the project leader will go to the stage and give them their prizes. Once again, yeah. Okay, smile. We'll get the picture, so please, everyone, can you smile? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so so much for your performance. Next up will be the announcement of the second runner-up of IC 2022. And congratulations to team Shiba Capital. Please welcome up to the stage and receive your prize. And I would like to invite Mr. Vinh Nguyen to come to the stage and give the award to them. Once again, thank you for your outstanding performance. Okay, so the last team will be Team Pikachu and Team TKN Investments. I would like to invite the last two teams to the stage for the announcement of the first runner-up and the champion. Okay. Are you guys excited? Okay. Okay, so the first runner-up is congratulations to team Pikachu. Okay. So for that being said, congratulations to Team TKN Investments for being the championship of Intelligent Investment Competition 2022. Once again, thank you so much for your performance. And now I would like to invite Mr. Nguyễn Lê Tuấn Lợi comes up to the stage to give the reward. Thank you, Team Pikachu. You can now go back to your seat, and thank you, Mr. Vinh. Mr. Lợi. And now for the team championship, we would like to hear your feelings right now. Would you mind?
Tiếng Việt hả? Dạ, tụi em xin phép được nói tiếng Việt. Dạ, cảm ơn mọi người. Dạ, đầu tiên cho tụi em xin phép được giải thích tên team của tụi em. Lúc đầu cũng khá đơn giản, em là Thịnh.
Em là Khôi.
Và em là Nguyên.
Dạ, cho nên chúng em có tên là TKN Investment. Xin cảm ơn mọi người. Dạ, thì lời đầu tiên cho em xin phép được cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã có mặt hôm nay để cho coi tụi em thi, và em xin cảm ơn ban tổ chức cuộc thi đã tổ chức cuộc thi này, và em cũng xin cảm ơn các anh giám khảo đã cho tụi em những cái lời góp ý rất là chân thành để tụi em sửa thêm và hoàn thiện thêm những cái bài của mình. Dạ thì bây giờ tụi em thấy là vui nên là không biết nói gì hơn, xin phép được cảm ơn tất cả mọi người và cảm ơn các bạn thi chung. Dạ.
And now I would like to invite Mr. Vin Ngô and Mr. Tuấn Phạm to come up to the stage and give them the award. Thank you so much, and now you can go back to your seat. Thank you so much. Okay, so before we coming to the end, we also have the last mini game for you guys, which will be a little bit tricky questions. And the winner of this will receive a prize from Smart Train as well, and the value will be below 2 billions as well. So the question is, when this finance club established? Okay, so I will count out from 3. Who raised the hands first will get the chance to answer these questions. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. What? Only finance. Okay. I see the hands from here first. Can you please answer?
FC was established in 2012.
Which is a correct answer. Congratulations. Can you please come up to the stage and receive your award? Okay, hold closing, yeah. And that is all about our closing ceremony. We sincerely thank you, all of you, and all of the team performances, and our viewers for spending the time with us today. And in addition, we also want to express our last gratitude to our sponsors, judges, mentors, and trainers and the student ambassador for joining the intelligent investment competitions this year. Once again, we want to say thank you to all of you for your common night along with the event. And above of all, we hope that all of you can gain more experience and develop yourself properly in the futures. Goodbye and see you next year.